Hey Tarot family, thanks a lot for joining me. Today we're going to have one of the most comprehensive love readings that I've ever done, and I've been exploring these last days with a lot of new decks as well. If I read for you, I'll probably one-to-one. I would probably still use the Rider-Waite because I love it so much. There's so much of my energy in it. But at the same time, I open my mind to exploring with different tarot decks, different oracle decks, and bringing you the wisdom that they have to share. So it's going to be an exciting reading, I hope. And with that in mind, I got this Threads of Fate deck ready. And I kid you not, I just put it down for the start of the video. I had shuffled it in advance to, get the energies flowing a little bit. And just as I started to record the video, what did I see but love is the top card. And I promise you that was not intentional by me. And when I just looked down and noticed it, I was like, wow. So that's a good sign. We're already on a good track, I hope. And yeah, I hope you'll enjoy this reading. And just to give you an idea about the kinds of things that we will be finding out about, we're going to be looking at who has a crush on you, and we're looking into the past and the present and the future. Well, not really the past, but in other ways we will be. So if there, it may be someone that has yet to have a crush on you and will later, but one way or another, this is going to describe someone who likes you. And so you can be on the lookout for this person in case it's not someone that you already know. And we're going to be looking at different things like personality, what they're into, their hobbies, their passions, what do they care about, their life goals, a bit about their past, present and future, some info about what the relationship between you guys will be like, some of your strengths and challenges, what are they going to bring into your life, what do they like about you, what would they like you to know. Maybe I'll look into who their ex was just to try and give you a clue of who they are, but we'll see about that one. And we'll have a look at their love language as well. How do they express themselves? And finally, I'm going to ask, how can you bring them closer to you? Especially if there perhaps is someone that's yet to come into your life. How can you attract the vibration so that you will meet them more quickly, perhaps? So, with that in mind, I hope you're as excited as I am to be doing this reading, and I'm very glad that you're joining me to watch this. And this is a timeless reading, so it doesn't really matter when you watch this in relation to when I filmed it. And as always, I'm going to draw 4 piles, and you choose the one that attracts you. And if there's more than one, you can also choose more than one. There may be more than one suitor out there for you. So what I'll do first of all is I'm going to just draw the cards without revealing them. And some of you may want to pick at that stage. And then I'm also going to reveal the cards, and some of you may want to pick at that stage. So it's up to you. I'm playing with this idea. How can we make it work for you in the different ways that you might want to experiment with? And you can let me know what you think about this method of doing it, and what do you like, what you don't like. I'm always open to feedback. Okay, so with that in mind, let's draw the cards. Quite small little cards, so they fit very well in my traveling nomadic lifestyle, so that's nice. But the small cards but with a big message. So let's see what we've got. Okay, and I'm going to assign each one to a shell. The shells are representative of the fact that I'm still on this little tropical island. If you're hearing a rumbling in the background and you've seen some of my videos before, you might think it's thunder, but you might also think it's my dogs, my rescue dogs that I look after, and the dogs is what they are. They may bark and cause trouble, so sorry about that. They're free spirits. So now you've had a chance to look at the cards and the shells, and I invite you to take a deep breath and see which of the cards do you feel drawn to. So you can pick one now and jump to the timestamp below. Or if you'd like to see what the cards are, I'm not going to go into too much detail about what the cards mean, at least not at this stage. It's just going to be a question of whether you're attracted to the card. But just to give you a clue, the cards are more likely to relate to you than they are to the person who has the crush on you. That stuff is going to come after. So with that in mind, jump ahead if you don't want to see the cards. And if you do, let's see. Okay, so card number 1 is compassion. And we see kind of an antler, like maybe some kind of deer. Pile group number 2 is the pillar. Pile group number 3 is the ancestors. Been an awful lot about ancestors coming up in these readings. And pile number 4 is ask body. And we've got this lovely big cat here. So take a moment to think which of these attracts you. You don't have to worry about what they mean. Just think about what one you're drawn to and then go ahead and look at the reading. Like I said, if you like more than one, look at more than one. Enjoy. Okay, so welcome group 1. If you chose this card and you saw it, or even if you didn't, there's a good chance that compassion is playing a role in your life at the moment. And this might be that you're developing your compassion for other people, or it might well be that you're developing your compassion for yourself. Or more than that, and I think this is going to apply to quite a lot of you, there's a sense that you're learning about the necessary need for compassion within yourself. Have you built up walls that keep other people out, maybe eventually, like you did it before, to keep you safe, to keep you feeling good, but now perhaps even if it's a subconscious thing, it's about letting go of those walls, but in a way that's still loving and caring to yourself, to allow other people to be compassionate towards you, to allow yourself to be compassionate, and to allow you to feel compassion to other people. And wherever you are on this compassion journey, or even if you don't relate to it, there's something that you might want to just ponder on and see how can you be more compassionate to yourself. And everything's kind of like a mirror, as above, so below. And so you may well feel that as you start to show more compassion for other people, or for yourself, that other people start to show it more for you, or as you go on this personal journey, it reflects in your outward journey in some way. So it's a really lovely card to see, and whether this is something you've been working on or your soul is being called to work on, I think that's really beautiful. And having compassion for yourself is a form of self-love, and although it's not always true, the best relationships often come when we are in a place of self-love. So this is a really nice card to see. This is kind of a clue for you of what to proceed if you haven't. And if you have been doing this, just keep doing it. You're really on the right path. Okay, so next we want to find out about who is this person? Who has that crush on you? So I'm just going to take a moment to shuffle my trusty Rider-Waite tarot deck. We're going to draw some other cards as well. Oh, leaping out there. So yeah, we want to help you to recognize this person. We want to help you to know about their personality and what they're into. So we're going to start with the tarot, and we're going to ask a lot of questions. So by the end, you should be able to know all about them. And if you haven't met this person, then you can start attracting them into your life if this is what you want. If not, then you can attract somebody else into your life. Okay, so for pile 1, for group 1, what do we get? Okay, that's the strength card. That's a lovely card to see. What else have we got here? Okay, so the personality of the crush, the person that has a crush on you, this is somebody who is very forward looking. They have big plans. Maybe they like to travel. Maybe they just have big dreams. They're the kind of person who's probably going to achieve a lot in their life. Maybe they have already, depending on where they are in their life. For this card, we can see it can be about the journey that you're about to take, or in this case, your crush. And it can be also them overlooking what they have created. So we see ships down in the bottom here. So this person is either looking over their empire, or they're looking over what will be their empire, in a manner of speaking. So this is a person with a lot of inspiration, creativity, that real spark. You feel like things are really happening when this person is there. This person has a strong sense of their own life force and their kind of creative energy, their ability to transform something from an idea, well, into the real world is what I'm going to say. At least they're very good on that point. They might need more people to actually help them with that. We'll see. But that's the beginning part that you need, is the inspiration. And here we see the Devil card. And that might seem scary, but it's often not. There is a possibility, and we'll see more what cards that they come up, that they might be, you know, a little bit prone to excess, a little bit prone to things that are addictive. But the other aspect that I would say of the Devil, which I think is probably more relevant here, is that they're probably quite a hot, sexy person. And especially when we see wands in the reading as well, it's kind of a cool thing to see about their personality. This is the kind of bond that, you know, it's exciting. I mean, as ever, you know, you need to take a check and make sure that you create healthy relationships. But we see a lot of passion. We see fire. And from the Strength card here, we can see this is a person with a lot of inner strength. This is the kind of person that you can rely on when things get tough, and they're in touch with both sides of their strength. You know, they can be strong throughout a crisis, but they can also like show their emotions when something bad is happening. So, you know, they're not the kind of person who's going to bottle it all up and then have a nervous breakdown like 10 years later because they didn't process things. They've got a lot of fortitude, a lot of strength, and that strength will be available for you as well to tap into. So let's draw some more cards. I've got this list here of questions that I want to ask in some order. So let's see, what are they into? No, I think I'm going to use this tarot deck first. So I'm really loving the Light Seers tarot deck at the moment. It's kind of like a little bit hipster hippie, and yeah, but I just think it's so lovely, so vibrant, and the creators of the deck have obviously really put a lot of thought into the symbolism of this deck, which is important to me. You know, decks can look beautiful, but if they don't, you know, if they don't really carry the weight of the symbolism, then, you know, what's the point? So let's see. Let's find out a little bit more about their personality. Okay, Three of Wands. So we have the Three of Wands from there as well. So we can really see that this is a very strong aspect of their personality. And I really love what the Light Seers deck has done with this card in transforming it to a woman with a surfboard, because it's almost like we can see this potential energy that, you know, the vibrancy, you know, this person is out about to catch that wave, you know, and you can see that metaphor and how that kind of really can apply to real life as well. So they're a very exciting person to be around, and kind of the person who's always got new ideas coming that, you know, you just want to go along with them for the journey because it's so exciting. So, you know, to see those cards coming up twice and basically in the same position, that's a very strong indicator that this is a huge part of their personality. So that's very exciting to see. Let's see, what else do we get from this deck about their personality? Okay, the Moon. That's interesting. Another major arcana card So that can relate to what we've seen about the devil. And let's just draw the third card before I put together the picture, as I like to put things in a kind of context. Okay, the King of Cups. Well, this is a very nice personality description. So let's take a look. We've already discussed the Three of Wands. And here with the Moon, there's a sense of kind of yin and yang here, isn't there? With the black wolf and the white wolf. And there's the lady who's been submerged underwater. And usually what the Moon talks about is a depth of feeling. There's a lot going on in this person's mind. We've already seen that from the kind of creative spark kind of way. But there's also a kind of a depth, an emotion depth. They may have things to work through, and that could also relate to what we've seen with the devil. You know, they may find that they have some addictive behaviors that help them cope with things and so on, although we also see that they've got the strength card, so we know that they have good ways of coping with stuff. But what this shows us is they're really willing to like dive deep into themselves, to look and see. This is probably someone who's really interested in self-growth. And they may have an artistic side to them that comes out, especially when they need to express those deeper emotions. So they may be something of an artist, a musician, or a writer, or maybe a dancer. Could be anything, but maybe that they just do that as a hobby. And but this is something that they use to process when they have difficult feelings. But I think this is a really cool card to see if you're interested in a partner who, you know, is able to look deep inside of themselves and process things and come out the other side. And then we get this lovely King of Cups here, and that's a great card to see because, and it doesn't matter whether you're interested in a man or a woman or someone non-binary, but the point with the King of Cups is that this is someone who is really in touch with their emotions. So we've seen that they do dive deep into their emotions, and yet at the same time, they don't get overwhelmed by them. They're able to kind of stay balanced, at least most of the time. Nobody is perfect, of course. And we see in this deck that they kind of use like singing bowls instead of cups, which I find really cute. And yeah, it's such a beautiful imagery, right? You know, he's got his fingers in the water, but he's kind of on the sand there, I believe. So he's, yeah, and then the foot is in the water. So he's in the water, he's in touch with his feelings, he's caring, he's the kind of person that will look out for you. And I'm saying he because we're looking at the King of Cups, but it, as I say, can be a woman, can be non-binary, doesn't matter. But this is just what the King of Cups represents. Someone who is a caretaker, someone who is in touch with their feelings, someone who is strong. Again, you know, it matches really well with this strength card because there is this kind of inner strength and inner sense of balance. You know, I feel there's also a, you know, it's a lot of yin-yang influence here. We saw with the moon card and the two wolves. And in a way, you know, you have that with the maiden and the lion. It's this yin-yang, this strength, energy of power, which the lion possesses. And then we have the energy of the woman who, you know, represents the female energy, which is the softer strength. And interestingly, random, but in the Dutch language, they actually have two words for power. In English, we can sometimes find power to be, so I think it's markt and kracht, but I might have that wrong. Sorry, any Dutch people watching this, speakers of the Dutch language. But there's this kind of power within and this power without, and we don't really have that distinction in the English language. And a lot of people, when they're trying to identify with this inner power, this feminine power, they have a difficulty with the word because of the kind of negative connotations that power can have. But in reality, you know, all kinds of power is needed and it's about how you use it. But anyway, rest assured, the person who has the crush on you, they have that down to a really good balance. So this is someone that you can really trust to take things forward and just be a good influence in your life and be someone strong to support you emotionally. So let's see, what should we ask now? Let's just find out more. I just want to know more about who they are and their personality. So now I'm going to draw some cards from the Lenormand, and as some of you will know, this deals more with the practical, not the practical, but slightly more tangible things than sometimes the tarot talks about. Not always, but so we'll see if we can get a sense of what are they into. Where might you meet this person? Because where do their passions lie? What kind of places or things are they drawn to? Let's have a look. Okay, so we've got the rider. So there's different meanings for that, but if we're being really practical, we're seeing a link to travel, which we've now seen quite a few times with wands. And it could be that they're into motorbike racing or horse riding, or just... Sorry for that jump. I'm really having a lot of trouble with technology recently, and the memory card ran out as I was speaking. So yet again, I was just chatting away to myself. So I think I was somewhere in the middle of saying that the rider represents somebody who likes to either travel, ride motorbikes, ride bikes, anything like that. And it can also be somebody who likes to bring news. They might be a journalist, they could be a mail person, they could be in charge of spreading the news around their community or their sub-community. So this is probably someone who's really chatty, and you'll find them spreading information. So it may work in that kind of a field. And the mice, it can mean that they may actually be into animals, small animals. Perhaps they have pet mice or rodents or something like that. And also other meanings of this card, that it could be that they're someone who's a bit of a hoarder. So that might be something. If we put the two cards together, mice can sometimes be about loss and sorrow. So whilst the rainbow can imply that this person likes to be somebody who brings a message of good news, it could also be that they report on difficult situations, or it might be that they work in some way with people who are experiencing loss in their, whether it's financial sphere or perhaps a personal sphere, something like that. They may be a news bringer to those kind of people. They might even be the kind of person who brings news to elderly people, elderly people maybe who don't have many connections left in the world. They could be somebody who's bringing info to those kind of people, keeping them connected. They're just some things that we can see from the Lenormand as a potential. So now we're going to use an oracle deck by Doreen Virtue, and we'll see what other kind of vocations or passions might they have. What kind of info can we get out about what this person is like or what they're into? Okay, a speaker. So yet again, we're seeing a lot of reciprocity from one side to the other, because we see someone who brings news, someone who's a speaker. So it may be that they are the kind of person doing TED Talks or having a podcast, or that's something that they aim to be. We can see that they're a very aspirational person and a very inspirational person and a well-grounded person. And it may well be that their life purpose involves something to do with speaking. Maybe they're the Speaker of Parliament. Probably not, but somebody's got to do it. It might be them. They do tend to bring news about loss, don't they? Well, no, I suppose the speaker just allows people to speak. Anyway, that's kind of unlikely that they do that. But yeah, so we see that speaking is important, speaking out about their truth. Okay, and we see yoga. So it can be that they're into yoga, and maybe that's some way that you will meet them through their yoga pursuits. It is possible that this person, everything is a continuum, and it is possible that the person who has a crush on you is not into yoga, but one day they will be. And if you're into yoga, that can be a thing that may attract them to you because they're interested by this idea and they want to learn more. And other cards that we could include from yoga might also involve other things to do with fitness, such as stretching, Pilates, Qigong. So any kind of meditational body work, we can kind of see that that's probably something that this person really likes to do in their spare time to kind of ground them. So let's see if we can get anything else interesting about their personality. Here I've got my new favourite oracle deck, which I think it's called the Sacred Self-Care Oracle. I'm not sure. But I really love this purple colour that we've got here. So let's just draw one card from here and see what kind of thing that they might be into. What do they do when they go for self-care? Kind of running out of space here on this table. I told you it was going to be epic, and we've got many more cards to come, so I'll have to do something about that. Okay, what kind of things do they like to do when they need to rest and recharge? Okay, clean their space. So they might be somebody who really appreciates order and tidiness. We've seen that they could be a hoarder, so it might be a kind of a push-pull thing. We know that they maybe have this possibility for kind of addictive stuff. So it might be that they have this kind of desire to kind of hoard, but then at the same time, when they really want to feel better, they start cleaning and tidying things up, and that kind of really brings peace to them. And if they are a hoarder, then you can probably encourage them to not be a hoarder by, helping them see the beauty of having a clean space, having some tidiness. Though this is something they'll appreciate. Some people, like my father, he's a hoarder, and I think if he was left to his own devices, he would probably just hoard until there was nothing left, any space at all. But at the same time, I think that he does appreciate my mum when she's making the space nice for him as well, and then he can actually find the things that he likes to collect. So there's a kind of an interesting tension between those two there. And let's see what is next. Okay, I think that's a pretty good description of their personality. Maybe we'll just draw one oracle card from the Nature Oracle card deck, my favourite oracle card. I have my new favourites, but this is my trusted go-to. And this might kind of segue into what they're going through personality-wise, but let's try and focus it on their energy. What is their kind of energy, their personality energy? What does it flow around? Okay, so we've got Dragonfly Emergence. So that really makes sense with all the Three of Wands that we've seen. This is all about somebody who's kind of coming out from their potential. They may have spent quite a lot of time within, considering things and wondering what the next way forward is, but their life is a process of emergence, really. And that's, oh my god. Okay, turns out that my light is not very well secured. I'm going to fix that in a minute, but I caught it. Wow, so not everything with technology is going wrong. So yeah, this is really somebody who, as they go through their life, they're going to be blossoming. They're going to be someone who can really take on life's challenges and who can really bring their gifts to the world. They're a really exciting kind of person to be around, just as we saw from the Three of Wands. They're so capable, and it may be, depending on how old they are and what stage they're in their life, they may still be the submerged form of the dragonfly. And again, we see that with the Three of Wands. It really depends how far on they are in their life's journey. But so they may be a lily that is yet to blossom, and they're just all in the kind of ideas phase and the sparks, or they may be in that point of their life where they're really out in the world, speaking their truth, you know, bringing news or bringing information to those who really need it. Certainly we see they're very well balanced with their emotions and stuff like that. So this is kind of the theme for their life: emergence, showing up to really do the job or the work or bring the message to people. That is kind of like their sole purpose, to create, to make things happen. So I'm just going to pop that down there and pause the video while I fix this light. Okay, crisis averted for now, and I'm going to kind of tidy these up a little bit. But I was just taking a little bit of time to consider the clean your space card. Now, we did look at it in the context of, you know, what do they do to rest and recharge? And there are also other ways that they might be involved in cleaning the space. They might be somebody who likes to clean spaces using smudging, incense, sage, different things like that. And also it is possible, although we were really asking more for info about their, you know, their hobbies, I mean, it's also possible that's a kind of a job that they, you know, they might clean windows or scale buildings to do things like that. Or they may be in charge of looking after a sacred space. It doesn't have to be sacred, but taking care of the objects that are in the temple, let's say. And again, I say temple metaphorically speaking, because it could be anywhere, but I get the sense that then it would be a kind of a community space. I think we're just going to move all these. It really makes sense to keep them on the table. But yeah, I see that there's a lot of possibility that this cleaning the space can involve other people somehow. And it can also be a metaphorical thing. I mean, they might be the kind of person who are involved in like clearing the air between people, for instance, or keeping things good, keeping things clear. We saw that link with the rider and news, so they might be keeping the airwaves clear. Also with the rider, something I wanted to mention when I saw it with the mouse, is also a possibility of somebody who's like a excuse me. There was also the possibility of somebody who's involved in neighborhood watch or even security, some kind of peacekeeper. There's a feeling that I have there, and somehow this clean your space, it gives me that feeling, especially when I think on a more metaphorical level. Okay, so now that we've asked about their passions and their life goals, let's find out a little bit about what's been going on for them in their past, present and future. So we won't look so much into the past. I seem to have lost the Rider-Waite deck with all these. Okay, it's there, but we'll do with the Light Seers deck. So we'll see what's been going on with them in the past, the recent past. Okay, there's some really interesting cards to see there. Six of Swords and the Star. I'll go into that in a minute. Let's see how's that positioned. And let's see what's happening for them in the present. And again, this present really refers to whenever you watch the video, because there's a kind of a sense that if you're tuning into this video, you are watching it when it is meant to be. King of Swords. Page of Swords. and the sun. Wow, okay, so we're seeing a lot of optimistic cards. Let's just move all this over a little bit. And let's also take a little look at what is going on. It's going to be going on in the near future for them. Hanged Man, okay, another major arcana card, so this is exciting. Eight of Swords, okay, a little bit of trouble there, but sometimes that's what we need to progress, and it will go nicely with the Hanged Man. Page of Cups. Okay, so they're going to be in a really fun place to be involved with them. And let's just take a little bit from the Rider-Waite as well. Gives a little bit of perspective. I mean, definitely on the past, we see that they've moved away from something painful with the Six of Swords, and that makes sense because we see that they are an emotional person. They feel their emotions, but at the same time, they're always moving forward. And I like the Six of Wands in this deck as opposed to the Rider-Waite, which, of course, I love. You know, we see that the person is moving towards something rather than moving away, which we see in the Rider-Waite. And in a sense, it's the same. But there's kind of more of a proactive feeling, and when we see that next to the star, that shows that they really do have a lot of hope for, or they have been really having a strong sense of hope for the future and that things are going to be better. So let's just see if there's anything else we need to know about their past. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we see the Death card. So it seems like some major change has happened in their life. It might be an ending of a relationship, and it might be just an end of a time that was really important for them. And while it was hard for them to go through this change, they did so as we would expect from having seen their cards, having all that inner strength. And with this real hope for the future, knowing that, you know, in order for a new phase in our life to come, the old phase, things have to end, and sometimes that may make us a little bit sad that we have to let go of things, but if we choose to look on the bright side, then we'll know that the future is going to bring something even more exciting. So that really fits in well with the profile of this person that we've seen so far. So we see here there's a lot of swords and court cards. So it feels to me like they're doing a lot of thinking, a lot of studying, a lot of reevaluating, which makes sense given the fact that they've had to let go of something that was perhaps important to them. Perhaps it was also something that wasn't so good. That's also, I get the feeling of that, you know, if they were in a relationship before or something, maybe it started out good but didn't end so well. I guess it's normal for relationships, but something turns a little bit there, and I feel that now they're really focusing on their own sense of justice and making sure that they're more aligned with who they really are. And at the same time, I feel that they're also getting a bit more involved with perhaps sharing their ideas. So in terms of the process of emergence that we've seen, it feels like they are taking that inspiration that they've got and moving it into the world. Maybe they're communicating with a lot of people. Maybe they're trying out different ways of being. It could be that this past situation, whether it was a relationship or with a lover, or perhaps even a parent, or something like that, it's, you know, it served its term, it served its purpose, but now they're really free to create, to share their ideas, to get feedback from other people. And as we saw that they've got this really happy energy when they're communicating from the rider card and the speaker card, because we see the sun. And the sun is just a card of optimism, of excitement, of passion, of warmth. And there is a possibility that they've been going around speaking in hot countries or something like that, seeing as we saw the speaker card, or that they've been going and attending festivals or lectures or events all around the world, and either they are speaking or they're learning from other speakers. And then there's a good likelihood that they're sharing what they learn with their community or their subculture that they're involved in or whatever. I feel like we've really got enough on that. So let's just draw one card about their future from the Rider-Waite. Okay, you really just can't make this up, can you? This person, from the stars to the sun, this is such a joy of a person. We see the sun again. So if we have a look at these cards, I think that they're a person who's always going through a lot of incarnations, because they've got so much inspiration. They've got this kind of so many messages that they want to share with people. And each time that they do go through something difficult, and I think that something tricky is going to be coming up in their near future, maybe they're not allowed to speak for some reason, or they feel that their voice is being shut down, or maybe they just kind of get in a kind of a situation where they just don't have as much freedom as they would like for whatever reason. But this time away from what they normally like to do, speak and communicate and share their ideas, this time is really going to give them time to consider things from a different perspective. So the Hanged Man is really all about seeing the world in a new way, learning stuff. You see here the figure is kind of the woman, she's kind of drawing these kind of runic symbols into the ground. So it's really a period where the self-development continues. The journey never really stops for anyone, but for this person especially not. And at the same time, yeah, there are some restraints being put on them. The Eight of Swords, that seems like that they're not free, as I said, to communicate in the way that they like, but that can be good. I mean, in a sense that we've seen with the Hanged Man, that it's given them a chance. They've had to go through something, and then that was less than perfect, but they remained hopeful. Then they have to kind of realign with the King of Swords, get back in touch with who they are, with what is fair for them, for other people, how do they want to be, and again, getting to really spread their ideas, getting to spread their positivity. And then for whatever reason, in this upcoming future, we see a bit of restriction around that, but they're still maintaining this very positive, sunny energy. And we see that it's a time where they really try something new. The Page of Cups is very unexpected, as we can see here. They've got a flying pig, and it's the suit of emotions, of creativity, and, you know, why are his feet dropping there and his hair's blowing everywhere. And I think this is the kind of situation that this person thrives on. We've seen that there's a lot of inspiration within them. So it feels like in the upcoming future, they're going to be trying new forms of creativity, new forms of expression. So that might be a clue about where you can meet them. Anything that involves a sense of playfulness, or perhaps a sense of acting out different things, things that are to do with creativity. So again, we're seeing the arts, and we're seeing anything to do with that, but anything that can be really fulfilling. So if you find something fun going on that you can get involved with and try new things, this might be a way that you kind of cross paths with them. And I think you're sure to recognize them when you see them with all this sunny cosmic kind of energy and these new unusual ideas that they have. Hopefully you should be able to recognize them quite well and get involved with them. So now that we've covered that, let's shuffle this up a little bit more and we'll find out a bit about what the relationship will be like between you guys potentially, and you know, what are they going to bring into your life. I think they're going to bring quite a lot into your life, from what we've seen, because I think they're the kind of person that brings a lot wherever they go. Let's have a look. So, what is the relation going to be like? Okay, so we've got Justice, we've got Seven of Wands. Okay, so we've got Eight of Swords as well, so that's interesting that that comes up in terms of the relationship. Let's find out a little bit more about that. Definitely seeing a lot of themes just using these two decks. Okay, yeah, that's something I was expecting to see. So I feel that there's some sense of a kind of a joint mission together, and perhaps this feeling that they're going through with the Eight of Swords, this kind of feeling that they can't speak, is going to push them on. It's going to be a real challenge to, you guys are going to want to do something with that in the wider public, but I'll explain a bit more in a moment. Let's just get a little bit more context into the cards that we have. Okay, the Queen of Pentacles there. Let's find out a little bit more about what the Seven of Wands energy and your relationship has. We'll look in more, but for now what I see is there seems to be, we can read Justice in two ways. And maybe the first way, I haven't seen the Queen of Pentacles, it can be a thing about adjustment. Both of you may have pretty strong ideals, and they're both very good ideals, but there may be a kind of a, it might be that you agree really easily, to be honest, and this is something that you really brings a sense of bonding together, because we see the Queen of Pentacles. She's this really loving kind of mother figure, and I don't mean to say that there'll be that kind of mother element in your relationship, but rather that kind of nurturing practical element that she brings to a reading, that she brings to a home, for instance. And again, we see animals in the background, which we saw that maybe there's some kind of connection with animals, and like particularly, like, you might not be able to see it, but it's kind of like a disguised rabbit hide in there. And yeah, so I feel that like quite possibly you guys have like very similar ideals, and that this is really something that becomes quite a foundation of your relationship. In fact, this is kind of a overall message of that here. And it also may be that you have strong opinions that I think you would probably be overall feeling the same kind of things align with you, but that you might have to kind of recognize that like two people can have the same end goal, they can care about the same things, but they can approach it from a very different way. So it might be that you have to find that middle ground where, you know, maybe they have a political view that is one way and you have a political view that's a different way. But at the end of the day, what you both really care about is kind of nurturing other people, people having a good life, having a good home life, being supported, being in the enriching environment that they need. That's kind of what I'm seeing suggested there. And it may also be that you have a strong feeling for social justice and you kind of work together on that. And it might also just be that you guys are really fair to each other, that you really hear out, that there's a good balance between you, and you really hear out what the other one has to say, and you really work well together in that way. And it brings this really warm, comfortable, secure feeling to your relationship. As much as we've seen that this person is, you know, they've got all this wands energy, we also saw there's a lot of stable energy. And we really see this in this card pair. It's a beautiful card pair to see. And it's interesting that we've seen so many cards from the major arcana. So this really suggests that well, as a person, they're going through a lot of transformational things, that they are somebody who transforms a lot in their life, who is here to learn a lot of life lessons. And we see the 2 cards here. It shows that, injustice in the world, so beautiful, whether that's about actual justice or not, as I said, but there's this feeling that your relationship is really going to matter, both to each other and to your self-development, both of your developments, and also to the world as well. I see you guys bringing forward, from the other part, your partner having this crush on you, this partner, they are bringing their sunny energy, and you're bringing your gifts as well, and you're kind of combining them together and bringing them to the world. So when we see the 7 of Wands, it can be that maybe sometimes there could be a little bit of friction between you, but I don't think that it's something to worry about. I think it's just that one or both of you is so inspired by different things that maybe sometimes you do have a little bit of difficulty, like keeping balanced in, I think, emotionally, I feel like there's going to be a good balance, but I think when it comes to the practical side of things, maybe sometimes is a little bit hard to keep track of things, because I feel like there's just so much energy going on, there's so much emotion, there's so much of a feeling of a vision of wanting to do things, that maybe sometimes the practical can get a little bit neglected. And, we see no shortage of love here, with the Queen of Cups. But sometimes maybe you just have to check in with each other and take a time and say, listen, what's on your mind, and maybe what are the priorities that we need to be focusing on as a couple or in our lives together. And just bringing it back to this sense of making sure that each other's emotional well-being is being looked after, and that you're not pushing yourselves too hard as well. There's a sense of there's going to be such a lot of inspiration and such a lot of love for other people and for each other too, but that you need to take care of your own well-being and make sure to take time as well. If you find that you guys are really social and you're spending a lot of time out in the world, make sure that you take a bit of time to always reconnect, have date nights. This will be in the future, assuming that this love goes as well as I think it can do. So maybe, there might be just a little bit of maybe sometimes the person is a little bit scatty, and maybe that could cause little bits of friction at first, because perhaps you think that, they don't really care about me, why did they forget about our date or something like that. But it's really because their mind is just so full of different things, and it also might be you that's the one who's like that, who can say, or the nature of your relationship. There's that kind of vibe that I'm seeing there, but underneath it's all underpinned by love and good things. So it's just a question of working through it and actually just seeing that as a positive, because I think you're going to be able to support each other in different ways. So you maybe are the one who could bring a little bit more stability, maybe it'll be them bringing it to you. Who can say? But there's kind of a theme that we can see in your relationship, and we will look at your blessings and your challenges as well, because I think that will reveal something interesting. And definitely going to have to be a bit more organized about these many tarot decks if I want to do a reading like this, because I'm looking now for the Light Seers deck, which I was just using, and it's kind of disappeared. But anyway, let's just focus on what we've got at the moment. So we see this Eight of Swords, which we've seen is something that's coming into their near future, with connected to the world. So what I really feel is that this relationship is going to be a chance for both of you to express yourself fully. So it may be a dynamic in the relationship. I think if one of you, I think the other person is not afraid to express themselves unless they just haven't got to that phase of actualization, of realization. So maybe it is that this person helps you to express yourself, and there's a sense of freedom that you didn't have. Maybe that tunes in with this kind of compassion that you might be allowing yourself or about to allow yourself, because this compassion card can also relate to the fact that maybe we've drawn walls around ourselves for safety, and we see the theme of the wall in the Eight of Swords, and yet at the same time it's clarified by the World. So the World is the final card of the tarot deck, and it's the card of ultimate success, of bringing things into real life, into this sense of actualization or becoming the person that you're supposed to be. So it might be a dynamic in between you where this person really helps you to just express yourself better, to feel free, to let down your guard, to let down your walls, to feel safe, and to bring this out from your relationship into your way of being in the world. So that's one interpretation. And another interpretation, if the social justice kind of theme or the speaking up for others theme, if that's kind of resonating as something that's interesting to you, then it could well be that this is something that you both feel a lot of pleasure in doing, in helping those who don't have a voice to have a voice, and that you guys will really work as a team together in the world to bring this gift. And it could be both, you know, this could be a journey that you go on yourself, and then a journey that you then feel inclined to share with other people. So, okay, now the other tarot deck has decided to appear. So let's just have a look at your challenges and your blessings. What are the challenges that you face as a couple? Oh, we'll go for that one, please. And what are the blessings? What are the strengths? Oh, wow. Okay. Such a powerful relationship or partnership. Another major arcana card and another wands card with a lot of passion and energy. Okay, but this being your challenge card, so that makes sense. So the Knight of Wands is somebody who wants to be everywhere, doing everything, and it's a wonderful sense of energy, but at the same time, sometimes it's a bit too much. Corresponds with the element of fire, as you may be able to guess. And if you see here, the page here, sorry, the Knight, she's her drum is on fire, and she's just kind of beating away happily and maybe not really noticing. So it can be that sometimes, like, kind of matches up to what I saw potentially from this card, although this is more like, this is kind of like, wow, I'm celebrating, I'm running around, you know. This person, they just have so much energy and so much spark and potential, and maybe you do too, and it can become unbalanced. I mean, we see this guy, he's wearing odd shoes, so that's always a sign that something's going on. And so it's a case of like needing to rein it in a little bit, you know, because too much fire in the relationship, you know, it's not the bad kind of fire in the sense of the Knight of Wands. I mean, can be a potential of that one person is into polyamory, maybe the other person isn't, or, you know, something like that, because the Knight of Wands is quite a passionate lover. But I think on the whole, it's just that there's so much vibrancy, there's so much energy for life, there's a kind of a sense of a mission, that sometimes the things closer to home that, you know, might be a bit neglected. And so that's why we see the Queen of Cups here, that, you know, it's really that you have to keep reconnecting. And, you know, I think that you will both be good at communicating, but, or at least definitely your partner is, and your partner will help you to learn to communicate. But sometimes there might be a feeling, as I said, that perhaps the partner doesn't always see your needs, and then you really need to communicate with love and with affection, and just really try and understand what that is, because this person means well. It's just that, you know, they get carried away. There's so much vibrancy. I mean, we've seen the Sun card twice. You know, this person, they do get carried away. So this can be the challenge. You might just think, sometimes you're like, hello, I'm glad you're having fun, but the drum's on fire. Can we just like take care of that, please? But as we would expect from seeing something like that as your as your blessings, and this really goes along with everything that we've seen in the most wonderful way, we have the Magician. This is a very wonderful magical image going. I'm going to see if I can, how closely I can bring that to the camera for you to have a good look at. So in terms of this as your blessing, it means that together you can achieve everything and anything. When we look at this card in the Rider-Waite deck, it's the only card that has each of the 4 elements present on the card. And what that is here to say, and even though we don't see it on this card, but there is this potential that together you have the resources, you have the knowledge, anything that one of you may lack, the other one will have. And so as a couple, you have the ability to achieve anything, you know, and that can relate to the outer world, you know, bringing that to other people, but it can also relate to your relationship. You can really create magic together in whatever way that looks to you. You know, whatever dreams and hopes that you may have had, this is the person with whom you can achieve those things, and you can also help them to achieve the things. And I feel like there's going to be a sense of balance there, that I think that you're going to bring some strengths to the party that they don't have. You know, we definitely see that they've got a lot of the fire in them. They've got a lot of the will to do things, the creation. But we haven't seen, you know, we've seen a bit of Pentacles, which is good. We've seen a bit of Cups, we've seen some Swords, but I think that you're going to help bring the counterpart to that they really need. And there's just going to be this wonderful sense of you guys as this kind of, like, when you're together, anything is possible, you know. I would say, if anything, just to go back to the, you know, having seen those 2 cards together, I would say that you're probably a kind of couple that you maybe need to check that you don't get, like, you know, the spending, things like that. If you're both those kind of excitable people, then it might be that, you know, if you both have an inclination to neglect some of the more practical details, that, you know, make sure that you are taking care of the more boring kind of stuff that you need to do. Because, yeah, maybe you're both just so passionate that you just get carried away. So make sure you do take care. You know, you might need to do some grounding exercises together. We saw that yoga is a potential thing that the partner might be into or might come to be into within their life. So that's something perhaps that you can introduce if that's something you're into, or it's something that you can achieve together. Maybe you'll even meet them at a yoga place, as we did see. We did see the Page of Cups coming up for trying new things. So if that's something that's new for you, maybe that will be a way that you meet that person, or where you already have met that person. And so things like that just bring you home a little bit might be beneficial, just to, you know, just to keep this really full power energy in check a little bit, so that the practical is taken care of. So I'm gonna just draw a couple more cards from this crazy sexy love notes, I think this oracle deck is, and just see what things can you do together that really, like, do ensure that you take care of each other and your own needs. Like, what self-care stuff can you do together that will, like, bond your relationship even better. Okay, make waves. Well, we're definitely going to be doing that together. No doubt about that. And what else do we see? And you're really going to be... Yeah, you'll really bond over all these amazing things that you'll achieve together. And that's something that you guys both seem to need. It's kind of like your fuel. Let's see what else. Dance, okay. I'm laughing because, you know, these are such flamboyant activities. You know, it's really the way to stay healthy and good is still by being active and being out there in the world. Dancing together may really improve your sense of closeness. You know, maybe take up some kind of, you know, if you need to find that you're spending a little bit more time together, then taking a dance class could be the perfect thing. The Latin styles of dancing are very sensual and romantic, which I think is something that you guys will really appreciate. And yet it will give you time to kind of bond. So, you know, give yourself a break from saving the world and making waves. But I think with the making waves, you can be really like, you can get together and plan. How are we going to shake things up in the world in a nice way? Okay, so I stopped to refill my tea, my lovely honey healing green tea. And again, the camera just freaked out for no reason. So anyway, we're back, thank God. Everything had gone all fuzzy. I have a feeling that my spirit guides are getting into this camera. I don't know, because there's no reason why the camera would do things like this. But anyway, really just to finish up on that, you know, dancing is something that I think will be very good for you guys, very bonding. And if you're not the kind of person that likes to do that, I mean, just give it a try. You know, this is something fun. And again, this is also somewhere where you might meet this person if it's not somebody that you already know, if there's someone that you're going to come to know. And this other bonding thing that we see for you together, make waves. So it's kind of like you like to shake things up in people's lives. And that might just be like from the more fun. Maybe you like to plan some kind of fun dinner party, a murder mystery game or something like that for other people in your life, something exciting. Maybe you like have little plots to take people out of their comfort zones, you know, all done in a good way. Or maybe it's the bigger picture, as we've seen as well, you know, that you want to make social change or make some kind of change in the structures that you are part of. So it really seems that doing those things together is just very bonding for you. And, you know, maybe just sometimes planning it, you like doing is good, is important as well. But the act of kind of planning it, I think, is going to be when you guys need to reconnect. This can be something. And finally, we'll just get one more kind of self-care card for the two of you to see what will be good in your relationship to do together. Okay, so we see chanting. So such a lot of powerful fire energy here. And again, the Knight of Wands, although that's in your challenges card, maybe something you can work through all this kind of energy is with chanting, with dancing. And doesn't matter if you don't like singing or even if you don't like dancing, because it's the act, the trying, doing these things. And this is something that might be quite a bit more grounding for you. I mean, chanting can actually take you into other realms of existence, but it's a kind of a spiritual practice, and as dancing can be as well, absolutely. And ecstatic dance is one form of dance that you may consider if you're not really attracted to the idea of dance classes. It's kind of where you just let your body move how it wants to, as opposed to trying to think how cool you look or something like that. And chanting could be a part of that. Personally experience how powerful that can be, and chanting with two people is really going to be powerful. And as we see, you know, for you guys, that you have this magician energy as your blessing. So if you're actually interested in more esoteric things, more magical things, that's also an opportunity that you really have with this dancing and chanting. You could actually do magic together. Of course, do good magic, you know, I'm sure that you would, I hope. Because bad magic is just going to reflect badly on you in the end anyway. But, you know, use that power for good, which I'm sure that that's something that you want to do. Okay, so we've asked what the relationship is going to be like. And let's find out a bit about what do they like about you? What is attracting them to you? So just put these cards away. This is really an epic reading. Okay, so I think we are going to use the Light Seers deck again. So, what do they like about you? What's attracting them to you? Of course, there may be many aspects to your personality or your being, your energy that they're attracted to, but we'll just get a little bit here. Okay, so that's a really interesting card pair. I think that you have this ability to take what is really hard and difficult and transform it into something blissful. So we've seen that they have a very kind of sunny personality, and I think I'm seeing from you that you have this kind of alchemical magic, you know. It might also be that you've been through something where you've found life very difficult, very restricting, and then you've been able to, you know, we've seen a lot of stuff about gaining a voice and things like that. And there's, yeah, I mean, the Ten of Cups, it's really the card of happy families, of rainbows. I mean, look how cute this is. I love it. So I feel like they really appreciate this ability that you have to transform, to transmute the difficult into the positive. And I think that they just really see you as somebody that they could be really happy with. They just get this vibe from you as well, that there's this kind of energy that they're just seeing the future with you, and you know, you guys as a established couple and your goals being the same, you know, if you're looking for a family, that's possible, or if you both love dogs or whatever, you know, there's this just this feeling that there's something about you, your energy, that it just makes them see this kind of happily ever after kind of thing. Okay, so I was thinking anyway, that I said something about alchemy, because when we see the Nine of Swords and the Ten of Cups, it's such a kind of a process of transformation. And when I got a clarifying card there, we see the Two of Cups. So again, there's this kind of sense that of alchemy. When we see the two, you know, we see the two hands kind of holding hands, melding together, forming a kind of a beautiful rainbow. Look at this lovely commonality of the rainbows there. So I'll go into a bit more about that, but that's kind of like what I'm seeing there. Oh wow, and another rainbow card. So really, yeah, this just speaks to, it all goes along with what I saw, my first instinct from the reading. They see a lot of potential in you. They see this, when we look this way, they see this kind of ability to transmute pain and difficulty into beauty and joy and something fulfilling, to see the best in things. And we see that, you know, in the Nine of Swords, difficult things, whether it's your issues that are difficult or whether it's other people, you have this ability to kind of meld things and fuse them in a way that brings out this Ten of Cups energy. And this really speaks to something within them. We saw for them a lot of wands, so we know that there's a lot of inspiration there, and you know, we do see they have a good balanced emotion. But here we see perhaps that you are the one who's a little bit more creative, or you know, that you kind of use your feelings or your understanding of other people's feelings, your empathy, to really kind of transform situations and to make something beautiful, more strong than what was there, out of what is, you know. And I mean, this is also the card of Lovers, and of course the Ten of Cups is another card, is like happy families. This is the Two of Cups. When you see this in a love reading, it's kind of like the beginning, the first potential. We see that by the holding of hands. That could be one of the first things when, you know, your paints, your creativity from your singing bowls or your mixing bowls are fusing into something. And then here, you know, in the Ten of Swords, we see that it's become something beautiful and solid and much more long term, you know. So this is both an aspect of how your relationship can go, but it's also something that they see in you. And when we see the Eight of Wands in conjunction with the Ten of Cups, again, it's really that it's nice for them to see wands there, because this fiery energy is so important to them. And I really just feel it's like a strong message of the potential between you, you know. Again, we've got this lovely rainbow kind of vibe going on. So that's really, there's something special about your energy. They really just have this feeling that you guys are gonna click, and they kind of know, you know, we've seen all this magician kind of energy, and they know it. They're a person who's quite energetically aware, or at least on some level, and they're really attracted to that aspect of you. So that's pretty exciting. And let's see, what else have I written down to ask about? Okay, I've asked, what would they love you to know? So this is kind of experimental, I'll be honest with you, and I haven't really used this deck that much. This is called the Hero's Journey, which is often what the tarot is called, but it's actually not a tarot deck. So the Hero's Journey, if you're not familiar with it, it refers to the major arcana cards, and also to a kind of, we are the hero, we are the fool, perhaps the fool being number 0 in the tarot. And it's a series of stages. I mentioned life lessons that you have to go through in order to become the fully realized version of yourself. And so this is kind of what this deck is talking about. So we'll see how it does in relation to this question. What would they love you to know? Okay, the magic zone, the exhilaration of discombobulation. So, I mean, we've seen so much about magic in your reading, and I think what they would love you to know is that if you allow them into your life, that they are going to bring you into the magic zone, and you are going to bring them into the magic zone. And, you know, it could be that you shy away from this person. If this is someone you know, and maybe all this wands energy, you're kind of like, oh my God, like, you know, I'm maybe a bit more relaxed than that, you know, and they want you to know discombobulation, if you're not familiar with that word, it's kind of when everything's like undone and split up, and I think it's something to do with your head being cut off. I don't know, but not literally. If you're discombobulated, you're like really taken aback. You're like, everything you thought you knew has been thrown into the river, and sometimes you have to kind of reassemble yourself. And so this goes so well with everything we've seen so far. They want you to know that, you know, even if they seem like kind of a bit out there, that they together, they see this potential of you guys just really being in the magic zone. This is so beautiful, these cards that we've seen. And they want you to know, like, don't be afraid of them and their kind of flamboyant energy, because they're so sure that together you are going to make magic, and I feel that you are as well, having seen everything that we have seen. Okay, I think we will not ask about the ex. I think that's just a bit weird, so maybe a bit too specific. So let's find out. Well, I've got this down in the list of questions. I think we know what their love language is, to be honest, but let's just see what else do we get. What is their love language? I think magic, to be honest. Magic, energy, enthusiasm, movement. I would say that that is their love language without having to really ask the cards any more questions. But let's just see what else we get. Okay, so plant seeds of intention. Go, grow, and glow. So again, this is really beautiful artwork on these cards. Let's just let you have a closer look. There we go. So they're really, you know, they really want to empower you, and they want to help you achieve your dreams. So their love language is really like doing that, you know, maybe, and we've seen how good they are at having that initial spark that you need to really get things going. So they will, you know, see the things within you that maybe you haven't seen, or that you've seen but you haven't acted on, and they are going to try to inspire you to get those things done, or to take the next step. That's really their love language, to provide you with the tools or the energy or that kind of fire to just really go and do what it is you are here to do. So I feel like that is their love language. And what did I want to do? Well, finally I want to just see how you can bring them closer to you. in case this is something that someone that you haven't already met. How can you kind of precipitate? Oh, I know what I was going to do. Got some more experimental features for today's reading. Okay, so so we've got the Seven of Cups and the High Priestess in reverse. Okay, so that's an interesting card pair. So in order, if you haven't met this person already, or even if you have, but you need to bring them closer to you, it's time for you to look inside and make some choices about what it is that really fulfills you in life. We've seen that this person is all about that kind of thing, and you really need to know what it is that you're pursuing and what it is that your heart would like to pursue and what it is that your heart would like to let go of. And in doing so, it's going to align you to the path that you're supposed to be on, and that is either going to bring them closer to you because it's going to shine through in your energy, or it might be that the things that you end up doing, like whether it's going to a new class or starting a new line of work or whatever it is, that is going to be the way that you guys are going to either meet or get closer. Again, we've seen that their love language is helping you to plant the seeds of intention. So it could be that you go to them and you say, if it's someone that you do know, and you can be saying, well, I really need some advice on this thing. You've already perhaps made your decision, but you don't know how to proceed, and they're going to really help you with that, and they're going to feel really good about the fact that they could help you to do that. So I think that's some of the ways that might bring them closer. And the High Priestess reversed, that suggests that for all their magic, there's a kind of an inner sense of magic that is blocked with them. So it might be that it's if you remember, we saw the Yoga card, and for some reason my feeling was that this is something that is perhaps not yet come to pass. Again, it really depends. Everyone's on a different stage in their life journey. But I feel like you're the person who's being asked to connect them to the esoteric. They're already very connected to the magic world. We've seen the magic zone, the magician, but in a very much more outward way. We see all the sun, we see the world. It's very cards that are projecting out into the world. Yes, they have gone deep inside of themselves. They are very capable of introspection. But I think that you may be asked to bring something of the more kind of inner mysteries to them, and this is something that's going to really enchant them. And we know that they're so interested in magic. So if you're into reading the tarot cards, you might offer to start reading for friends of yours, especially if you know who this is and you want them to fess up to their love for you. Maybe that would be kind of weird though. With a tarot reading, it can kind of reveal things that you may not want to reveal with a lover. So I don't know, but perhaps you could read for them on a non-love related subject, or maybe a love related subject. I mean, that could be the best way, bonding over a tarot reading. It's just one example, but I feel like maybe they might also ask you to explain to them why do you believe in certain things that you believe, and you can kind of let them know. And I think they're going to be really enchanted by understanding that aspect of magic. They very much seem to be about the outward expression of magic, and you can bring them into another level of magic. So I think that's really going to be something quite exciting. So that's everything for the reading, and I really hope that you've enjoyed this. But we have one last thing, and this is super experimental. It's the first time I've ever used these dice, though I did charge them up before I began this reading. And I just want you to take this with a pinch of salt. It's really just for fun, because I just don't think it's possible to get this right for everybody. But at the same time, you never know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll this number dice from 1 to 12, and we'll see if we can bring some relevant numbers that might help you to know who they are, in case you don't already. Okay, so first of all, we get the number 8. I'm going to read this, I'm going to roll this 3 times. So you might want to take a note of them because you might need to add the numbers together. 11, 8, and then 11. So if we would add those together, it would be 19 and 12. So if we would add them together, 15, 31. Okay, so we had 8, 11 and 12. Was that what we got? Yeah, I think so. So any of those dates could be relevant. It might be that they're born in one of those months. And if we're trying to look for the day that they were born, it might be one of those numbers, or it might be a combination of those numbers in any kind of order. So leaving quite a bit of space there for interpretation. And it also might relate to when you're going to meet them. If you feel that you haven't met this person yet, then maybe these dice relates to when you're going to meet them, or conversely, in what month you already met them. If you've got a lot of people in your life and you're trying to work out, maybe that's going to be a clue. But do take that with a pinch of salt, because I've literally never tried to do divination with dice before, so we'll just see. This is just for fun, really. Okay. So here we have the sign of Sagittarius, that sexy Sagittarius vibe. And that certainly makes sense to have seen so much kind of fire and like airy energy in their chart. So yeah, it might be that they're a Sagittarius. It might be that they have Sagittarius in as one of their rising sign or their moon sign, or that it's something important in their chart. Again, take it with a pinch of salt. Might not be the correct thing, but maybe that just gives you a little clue and something to look into. So with that in mind, thanks so much for joining me. If you enjoyed this reading, if you know who this person is, anything you want to comment down below, please do let us know what you thought. I'd love to hear from you. And please, 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 if you did like this, do give it a like and a subscribe. Hit the bell icon if you want to hear more from me. And if you felt drawn to other piles, feel free to watch them, because, you know, you are a wonderful you. And I'm sure that there are many people who either have a crush on you now or have the potential to have a crush on you. So whatever you were drawn to, feel free to watch those videos, see what resonates, and let us know. Sending you much love, much light, and much magic. Welcome, Group 2. If you chose this group, the Pillar card, the chances are that you're going through a period, or you're about to go through a period, where a lot is being asked of you. You may feel like that you're being called to do everything at once. You know, perhaps be the one that takes care of things, be the one who's nurturing people, or perhaps at work doing like many different roles, you know, being the backbone of the company, being the visionary of the company, or in your family, in whatever relationships with your friends. It's kind of like you're being tested to do all these different things at once, play all these different roles. And this is going to feel challenging for you, I would imagine, because the idea is that you're being pushed out of your comfort zone. But at the same time, what you're going to discover, or what you are discovering, is that you are so much more capable than you really knew. And so if you feel put upon, do take a little bit of time to rest, and you absolutely must put your self-care first, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to support all these people, or fulfill all these roles that you're going to be asked for. So if necessary, make sure that you set boundaries and self-care time and things like that, and don't feel that selfish. Know that that is what is necessary for you to be doing all these new things that you're being called to do. And you're going to feel really good about yourself once you've done it, like I said, because you will just see that, wow, I didn't think that I could have done all those things. Turns out I can. Yay for me. And it's really a next stage in your life's development. So it's a very powerful time for you, those who've selected the pillar or felt drawn to the pillar. So that's really exciting. Now let's leap into this person that has a crush on you. Maybe there's more than one. Maybe you've already watched another video. It's funny that I should say that and the Three of Cups pops out, because that suggests that that potentially there is more than one person that's interested in you. So anyway, let's just see if we can actually shuffle the deck. It's being a little bit tricky. Okay, now it's asking me to focus for a little moment. I'm just so excited by the pillar and all the transformations you're going through. Okay, so we have the Six of Wands. Three of Pentacles. Those are good cards to see, given that you're the pillar right now, supporting everyone. They're also a very supportive person. Quite a powerful person as well. Okay, the Emperor. Wow, exciting. Okay, so looking at these three cards, we can see that this is someone who experiences a lot of victory and success in their life. The things that they turn their hand to, they feel able to do it, and they're usually, they might be noticed, they might be in the public eye in some way, and they just really do well at whatever they lay their hand to. But we also see, it's nice to see this card here that we've seen the pillar, you know, because this is a card really of, you think of this is the architect, and this is the monk, and this is the builder. And we see that's represented by the three pentacles there. It's the coming together of three different important things to form a synthesis, to form a basis of something solid. Pentacles being the suit of earth, being the suit of bringing the material realm into existence, something solid. So this is really somebody who likes to build things, who likes to grow things, somebody who's got a sort of a strong foundation in themselves of who they are, and can be a good support as well. So that goes well with the pillar energy that you're experiencing at the moment. They're also good at that, and I feel like there's something complementary there as well, you know, like while one of you is the pillar, the other one is kind of another part of the structure, so you can bring different things to the relationship. And here we get the Emperor card. So this suggests that they're quite a powerful person. It might be that they're quite powerful in terms that this might be reflected in what they do in society. We've already seen that they're like, they experience a lot of success. They kind of, you know, this can show that they do kind of like to get their way. They might be a little bit rigid. They might be a little bit stubborn. You know, we see a lot of mountains, we see rocks, you know, it's not the sort of person you would want to mess with, at least the figure on the card. And the red on his cape, it shows the immense amount of power that he does have. So they may have power in the real world. They might be in charge of things. They certainly will be the kind of person who likes to be in a leadership position. And this is someone that you can really feel good about, that, you know, as I say, stubbornness or something might be the downside of this. You know, they've seen a lot of success doing things their own way, so sometimes they may not realize that there's another way. But on the other hand, you can trust that with them, this is a person who's a really good provider. This is someone who knows their own mind. This is someone who is going to make you feel really safe and cared for, and you know, they'll make sure that while you're being the pillar or whatever journey that you're going through, that everything's kind of being taken care of, and that you're getting the respect that you deserve for that. So it's really a very person with a strong character, and the ability to be successful and to be supportive. So this is a really interesting kind of card to combination to see. And now I am looking for my Lenormand deck. Here it is, because I want to get a little bit of info about, well, actually, let's just save that for a moment. And in the interests of symmetry, let's draw some cards from the Lightseer deck here. This is another tarot deck, my new favorite. And let's just find out a bit about, a bit more about who they are, but also what they like to do. You know, what are their hobbies? What are their passions? What are their life goals? A little bit more about who this person is. Okay, that's a very nice card to see. 10 of Cups. Okay, interesting, because we had a Page of Cups come up last time in a similar position. Okay, so it's interesting that we've got 3 Cups cards. So, while this is a little bit more about what their personality is, this is a little bit more about what are their passions that they like to perhaps bring to the world. What are they looking for in life? And we see that perhaps, as you would expect from someone who's quite grounded, who's quite in touch with, you know, the earth, as we see here, they're kind of longing for a little bit more connection to emotion. And despite their kind of tough exterior, we see that they really do want a happy ever after, perhaps definitely for themselves. And look how beautiful this card is. And perhaps for other people as well. And I think that they either like to, the Page of Cups is, in my mind anyway, I often feel that it's a lot about shaking things up in a kind of a fun way. And you can see that this is almost like Salvador Dali-esque or something, with the feet appearing at the top. And the, you know, pigs might fly. It's kind of like making the impossible happen. So with their kind of ability to succeed and their power and their passion, they kind of want to bring more kind of feeling, more kind of surprises into the world. They're someone that does like to break out of their comfort zone. So as much as they might be kind of potentially a little bit rigid with this Emperor kind of energy, there's another side of them that's into the whimsical, and maybe it's a journey that they're on, that they want to bring a bit more looseness into their life, and that's something that you can help them with. You know, you might be the boss, you might be the Emperor, but you also need time off to kind of play and to see what happens, and to kind of get in touch with your emotions, get in touch with creativity. So they may be actually involved in something like that. Perhaps they're not the ones who are kind of doing the creative action. They might be, but perhaps they're empowering the people who are doing that. So they have this kind of mission, it seems, that they kind of want to bring that to other people. And here we see the 4 of Cups. And this can be someone who's a little bit lost in terms of what fulfills them emotionally. So I think that it might be that they're on a path in their life to kind of discover that, and that's why we see the Page of Cups, that they are willing to kind of try new things. But it also might be that they like to bring a little bit of joy and happiness to those people who really aren't sure of which way they're going. It might be that they, you know, seek to be some kind of advisor, you know, of getting people, you know, they want everybody to be experiencing the happy ever after 10 of Cups, but they recognize that in order to do that, you need to shake things up and be the slightly crazy Page of Cups. And, you know, by doing so, you can help those people who are a little bit lost, a little bit stuck, and really show them what magic is around them. Like, you know, we see here that the girl, she doesn't realize that she's being offered this really nice singing bowl full of you know, joyful rainbows and things like that. Or if she realizes she's not paying much attention, she's kind of like, her mind's in this other realm that we see, you know, it's part of the rainbow from the bowl, but there's a sense of being kind of split. So there's a sense in which this person wants to empower and enable people to get more in touch with their creative side, or be more fulfilled emotionally, spiritually. And it could be that that's also the journey that they're going on themselves. Now we're going to use the Lenormand deck here to system to see if we can get a little bit of idea where you might find them. Like it might be what job they're doing or something a bit more tangible and practical in the world. We get an idea now. Okay, try to remember how to shuffle cards. Would be helpful. Okay, I will take a moment to focus. Okay, so we get the sense here the star card is not, well, actually fits very well with just what I've said, because the star card is really about somebody who, it's about the idea of being guided by a specific vision, of having something that you have in mind that you want to manifest, that you're being led by the stars. If you imagine the sailors navigating the seas years ago, or even today, people still use that method among other methods. It is a kind of a sense of a vision of where you're going, a real strong sense of self-belief. So that really reflects what we've seen with the emperor. You know, the emperor definitely believes in himself, and we see that they do have success and they are able to build things. And there's a sense of being on a kind of a mission. And with the fish card, well, just to stay with the star card for a minute, if that's not the case, then a more kind of down-to-earth thing of what the star card can represent is, of course, stars. It might be observatories, astronomy, also even astrology, something to do with space. They might be interested in or working in that kind of field, and or those fields, because they are really very different things, but there could be some tangible link to stars with what they do. And so it might be in some kind of, yeah, a planetarium even, that you meet them, as an example. And again, if we're being super literal about fish, then they may have some interest in fish. You may, as well as they like the stars, they also like the sea. And this kind of fits kind of nicely here, because, you know, this is somebody, well, this is more the earth, I suppose, but like this is somebody who knows what they're trying to manifest. And yet at the same time, we see this kind of desire to work more, to be more in the emotional realm. And so on the one hand, we have the airy kind of thing of the stars, of being guided from above, and at the same time we have this kind of watery sense of being attracted to the fish, to the things that lie under. So as above, so below, this kind of feeling coming through here. So they might actually be interested in fish. They may work with fish in some way. Maybe they're a fisherman. Maybe they work for a fishing company. Maybe they work in aquariums, planetariums, two cool places. But if it's not as literal as that, then more what the meaning is, and this also goes quite well with what we've seen, is that the fish is representative of wealth and finances and things like that. So it might be that they're the kind of person who guides people to a better sense of financial stability, something like that. And again, we see a lot of stability here and being the boss. So they may be in charge of finances in some way, or they may help individual people to master their finances, something like that. And I think that in a way that connects well with this as well, because there's a sense of, you know, to really do all of the creative things that you might be called to do, to, you know, to have this happy ever after family life or whatever. You know, we can't deny that money and finances are important, and so that's why I've seen that they may be like one step away from the actual creativity aspect, but they may be the kind of person who empowers people to do that. And this is how we see it, by they're dealing with the kind of the practical and the money, but at the same time for a higher purpose, perhaps, because we see the star, these kind of lofty goals. So, you know, it could be even that they they're the one who work for an organization that is doing something creative or encouraging people to connect to stuff, but they're the one who manages the money, who makes sure that the finances is running. And without that, you know, these operations, I mean, these organizations rather, they wouldn't be able to operate without someone like that. So operations is actually a job that they may do. People who work in operations, they often have to think about budgets and stuff like that. So anything to do with that, that's where you might, that's, you know, something practical that their job might be about, and one way that you might recognize who they are in your life. If you know, and what I've said before is this person who has a crush on you, it might be somebody who currently has a crush on you, or it might be someone who you will meet in the future and they will have a crush on you. So all this is designed to help you to recognize them, whether they're in your life now or whether they're in your life in the future. So now we're going to just draw a couple of cards to see like what else that might draw them, you know, perhaps on a kind of like a spiritual level. Okay, 2 cards here. I think that was supposed to be. So, freedom and justice. That's very much in keeping with what I would expect from the Emperor, and yet we see, you know, this softer side here and this kind of wish to be a kind of a guiding force. So I think on the one hand, I think that freedom is something very important to them, the sense of their own autonomy. I mean, the Emperor cannot be controlled. So if you're going to get with this person, it's very important that you are the kind of person who's able to allow that person to have their own sense of autonomy. I think that's an important thing for most people, but for some, it's more important than others. And this seems really important. If they feel like you're kind of trying to lock them down, I mean, I don't think they would think that about you, otherwise they're not going to be attracted to you, but it's worth knowing that this is something that they value as really important. And they probably also value other people's freedom as well. So again, we see this link to them being some kind of an advisor, perhaps about finances or wealth or some other kind of practical thing like that. And, you know, financial freedom, we can see again, you know, without financial freedom, it can be difficult to really fully explore the realm of the creative, of the emotional. And we see the Justice card as well. Your career brings fairness and protection to others who need your help. So it may be that they use their power to really protect others, you know, that they're there to guide people who, for instance, have gotten into debt and don't know where to turn, or who need help in order to get away from controlling people, or something like that. They may well work in some kind of social justice role. Or it might, and again, you know, there's this feeling for me that they're doing something quite practical in that organization, but it's very important and it's something that they care about and they use their skills. Or it might also be that they're kind of like, yeah, they go in and be a boss, and they take people out of difficult situations quite physically speaking, or quite practically speaking. You know, they may be more hands-on with that fairness and protection. And again, but I'm seeing a lot about being an advisor here, of really like helping people to make a foundation. You know, maybe they'll advise people who are on a low income, you know, how to get a home, how to make those important steps. Or you can also think various ways that they might be involved in justice. I mean, they might be a judge. That's also possible, you know. They could be a kind of a judge person as well. So let's draw another card. So this is from the Sacred Self-Care Oracle. Just loving this purple cardstock here, the sides, purple. So what is it that maybe what do they like to do for their self-care? What can we see is important for their sense of self-care? Again, 2 cards want to come up. Okay, so This is interesting to see. We may not have guessed this from the start, but there's someone who has a connection to breath work, it would seem. Or maybe they're just the kind of person that when they're stressed out, they take like really deep breaths. Some people do that, don't they? And they don't really notice that it's like it can look like they're a little bit impatient or something like that. But overall, they probably have a deep sense of connection to their breath. Whether they've developed it into a spiritual practice or not, I don't know. That might be something that is coming in their development. And of course, this reading in general is applying to so many people potentially, that the person that we're talking about, they may be on different stages of their development, and you may have to guess they may be coming into this emperor power, or they may have already been sitting in that in a long stage of their life. And so with the deep breathing, the breath work, this is something that they may actually have as a kind of a self-care practice that they do. They're very mindful of their breath, and maybe they're into holotropic breathing even, or various meditation practices, or maybe they just really like to go out in the nature and take big breaths, and maybe they've got big lungs. I know that sounds a bit weird, but that's what's coming to me. Deep breathing, big lungs. They're kind of a person who has a lot to say, or has a lot of energy to make the wind blow, the wind of change kind of blow. And so if they aren't into breath work, this is something that they really will benefit from. Maybe it will come later if it isn't already there. Maybe you will actually meet them or you already know them from some kind of breath work practice. And it seems that they like to journal. And I suppose that does match quite well, even though, there's this feeling that this person's kind of like a little bit more earthy on the same time. We also see that they have this connection to the softer side, to the feelings, and maybe how they deal with, the pressures of being the boss or whatever, just like you might be experiencing being the pillar, all the different things that may bring. That they're likely to do journaling, or it might be that they like to write as well. Perhaps they have a blog. Perhaps they send out messages to other people. Perhaps that's something to do with their guiding role. So it might be something journaling for private practice, and it might also be something that they share their writings, their thoughts, notes even with the world to, show other people how to be the emperor or whatever. So that's what we've got for that. Let me just see what other questions. I made a really big list of questions that I wanted to ask, and what else do you want to find out about? Okay, so we want to find out next about what's been going on in their past, present and future. But I do remember that in the last reading I did take the time to draw from my favourite deck in terms of oracle cards, the Nature Oracle deck. And so let's just get a sense of the energy of that they're going through. Something either they're going for, it's important to them. Okay, mountain strength. So this all fits very well together. The emperor, if we would connect him to anybody, it would be the mountain. As I mentioned to you, there's like all these mountains in the back of this card, and there's a sense of, real outward strength, this ability to gain victory in what they do, this ability to kind of make strong foundations of something. So it's no surprise to see that their vibe is mountain strength. They are somebody who really gets a lot out of being there for others. Maybe they've also been through a lot in their life and they had to become the mountain and embody that sense of strength, and that's why they're so sure of themselves now. Sometimes that's why they can be the emperor, because they have had to embody this strength. And so if you want to connect with them on a kind of a resonant sense, you can do like a little meditation where you just imagine being a mountain. Like, it sounds strange to imagine being a rock to some people, but I mean, we know that rocks may not be alive and sentient in the way of what people think, but in my mind they are alive, just in a very long-term kind of way. We know that they've got crystals within them a lot of the time, Crystals hold energy, they store them up for the years. And just think about what the mountain has witnessed. Think about that kind of strength. It's a really nice feeling. And I think it's relevant to you as well, because we see the pillar. So I think it's interesting that this person is kind of attracted to you at this time, because, you know, maybe you are not all embodying this kind of thing, but it's certainly kind of a sense of what you're being asked to do at the moment. I mean, there are many types of strength. There are many roles that the pillar might be asking you to take care of, which a lot of them, they can be emotional as well. But to do them, you're going to need strength. And so if you're able to connect with this person soon, they really want to be your rock. This is kind of what they get off on. You know, it makes them feel good to know that they can be the strong person who can be the basis of other people, then being able to like achieve their potential. So that's a really lovely card to see, and I think that fits well. So I'm going to clear these cards away now and make space so that we can see a little bit about what has been going on for them in the past, the present, and the future. Maybe that will help you to recognize who they are if you don't know, or it will help you to relate to them. So let's see what's been going on for them. Also in the recent past, we don't want to look so far at what's been going on. In fact, I'm called to use this deck. I seem to want to be trying to mirror what I did last time, and I remember that I used this deck first. So okay, so we see the Chariot, that's a major arcana card, and the Queen of Swords. So this really echoes the themes that we've already been seeing. They've been through a good period lately. They've been seeing a lot of material success in the world. So where we saw the Six of Wands before, that's a lot about success. That was their personality. And the Chariot is kind of like the next level of success. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a trial by fire. We look at this fiery background in behind. They may have had to go through various things to get success in their world. But the Chariot is a very strong sense. You know, the Six of Wands is strength, it's victory from kind of one phase to another phase. The Chariot is kind of like massive victory. So they've just gone through something where they've had really a lot of success, and so they're in a really good position right now. And here we see the Queen of Swords, and this kind of fits well with the feeling that I'm getting of them, which is somebody who's quite who's rational, who's able to do a lot of thinking from the head rather than the heart, even though we know that they have this softer side to them. And so I think that they've been doing a lot of contemplating recently, and I think that they may have realized what they can kind of like cut out from their life, and they've had success in doing so. And yeah, that's interesting. We see this little bowl here, which in this deck is the cups. So it's kind of like, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of repression of feelings there. You know, the feelings are there, but why are they in a little jail? Why are they in a little cage? Maybe there's a sense that they've had to kind of put their emotions to one side in order to achieve what they wanted to achieve. So they have had this success, but maybe it's come at a little bit of a price. So perhaps they're looking to kind of loosen up at the moment, but we'll see. Let's draw the cards for their present and see what's going on with them right now. Okay, just as I said, we go from the locked away heart to the Ace of Cups, which is kind of like the opposite of that. So how did I know that was coming? Interesting. The Hanged Man. Okay. And I want to tell you that the Ace of Cups, I'm thinking this is about you. They're very much loved up at the moment, but I'll just take a moment to get their last card. Okay, wow. So we see the Emperor card again. So that's interesting. So this is a very nice time for them because it's like a synthesis of the different sides of their personality. So, you know, the Ace of Cups, this is really showing me that they're like really loved up with you at the moment. You know, they've had to lock up their heart for this victory, whatever this success meant to them, and now they are allowing this softer side to come out, and they're like looking at you all gooey-eyed, and they're seeing things from another perspective. The Hanged Man, it's another major arcana card, and I think maybe they're like, you know, maybe they've know this side of themselves already, that they have been in love before and things like that. But I think that they're really starting to realize that that they want to be more in touch with this side of themselves. You know, they're helping other people to express their emotional or creative kind of side, and they're learning new things. Maybe it's that they're looking at you and they're learning new things. Maybe they're just seeing life in a new way. You know, they're still very much being them, because we get the Emperor. And I'm going to hold these cards up just so you can take a good look. So they're very much in their own realm, and yet at the same time they're super loved up. So they're still going around being a boss, being in control of things. I love how in this image of the Emperor, he's holding a chess piece of the king. I think that's really cool, and you can see that he's got an ankh tattooed on his arm. So it's a really nice version of the Emperor here. So I would say that maybe this is quite a transformational period of his life where he's able to connect. I say he because I'm looking at the Emperor, and right here it's a man, but it could be a male, female, non-binary person. It doesn't have to be a man. He or she is being a boss, but at the same time they're also really treasuring this feeling of love, and I think they're seeing things in a new way, like how the two things can be possible. You know, this more I'm the king or the queen, you know, whichever way you want to think about it, but at the same time, yeah, I'm gonna let love lead me, you know. And so I think they're really opening up to a new phase in their life, and I think you're the inspiration for that, or at least part of the inspiration. So let us find out a little bit more about, well, now we see about what's coming up in their future. Let's see, it's like we're looking again more in the short term than in the long term, because that's what's important here. Okay, so they may be having a little bit of a trying time coming up, but being the Emperor selves, I think that's going to be okay for them. The Ace of Pentacles, seeing as we've seen the Ace of Cups, it may well be that they are going to declare their love sooner rather than later, or their feelings. And the Ace of Pentacles may refer to you guys getting together and starting to form something more serious. So that's one particular interpretation that we can see here. The Six of Pentacles shows that things of balance and reciprocity. So they may be re-examining themes of that in their life. And the Five of Wands shows that there might be a little bit of insecurity coming up. It's hard to say exactly what that's about without more clarification, because there's so many things. I mean, in terms of feelings, they might feel that they're a little bit thrown off balance, especially when we see the Six of Pentacles and the Five of Wands together. So let's see what's throwing them off balance. Okay, Seven of Cups. So that makes a lot of sense. And I love this depiction that they've used of the Seven of Cups. The Seven of Cups is really about making choices to do with what's spiritually fulfilling to you, what's emotionally fulfilling. And I like here how we can see that they've kind of made it into a game of snakes and ladders. So, you know, some things bring you up, some things bring you down. And they have to navigate which is which. So another thing I'm seeing here is that possibly they're starting a new business, or they're involved in a way with something new to do with business and money. And that is something that it maybe is going to take a lot of their energy and knock them off balance, because what they really want to be doing is like focusing on you and their loved up feelings, and instead they're being pulled in another direction to like sort out some really quite practical matters, things that you would expect the emperor to have to deal with, things in the realm of the pentacles, the earth, the material. And yet wands showing this kind of like thing that's going back to the sense of inspiration, of like, you know, if it was just the pentacles, you know, they can handle it, but where we see the wands, it's like, oh, they're being taken away from the realm of the earthly, of the material, and they're being taken back into the realm of inspiration, or the creative spark, the divine force that gets things going, which is a realm that I think they're not as comfortable in. They're much more familiar with this pentacles and even the cups realm. And so this makes sense that we see this as a clarifier card, because they're having to reevaluate, you know, well, what is important. Yes, they love to help people with their, say, their financial security or their well-being and the practical things in life. Maybe there's an aspect of charity sometimes with the Six of Pentacles, of giving, of receiving. On the other hand, it can also be an imbalance, that they may have realized that they've been spending a little bit too much time in the material world and the practical world. But that's kind of what they know. You know, we see that they're gaining new perspectives at the moment, but they are still the emperor. So how to kind of like tie all this stuff together, I think that's what they're coming into with the Seven of Cups. You know, and it's a new feeling for them to be a little bit discombobulated, a little bit thrown off course. You know, which is the best path for them. Okay, so let's have a look at some other things. Okay, so as ever, I am beset with strange technology problems. I don't know if you saw, but the video was becoming blurry and kept turning on and off. Don't know why. So I had to leave it for a bit, but I wanted to kind of move on. So I drew some cards. I haven't looked at them yet. So we're going to look at them now and find out, what will your relationship be like? Oh, beautiful. The Ten of Cups, the Star, and the Hermit. Okay, what a lovely combination, and kind of a very much of a fulfillment of this person's dreams, because we saw that the Ten of Cups is something that really motivates them in their life. And this is your challenges and blessings, and this is what they like about you. Okay, so what a lovely set of cards. How exciting. So in terms of what your relationship will be like, the Ten of Cups is really the ultimate card, or one of the best cards that we could see in a love reading. It shows like happily ever after, you know, if having a family, if that's something that interests you. It doesn't have to relate to that though. But it's certainly just a wonderful connection. There's like a real sense of harmony between you, love, fulfillment, joy, all the good things. This is just a really great relationship, and it, you know, it could be that kind of the relationship that's the one. And then we see the Star. So the Star is a really hopeful, beautiful card, especially in love. Again, when we see this kind of the jewel pouring off the water, it's this kind of melding of two different aspects, you know, on the one hand into this kind of celestial lake, and in another hand pouring water so that things may grow and flow. And the stars are kind of like hopes for the future, and they're kind of like things coming true, manifesting, we saw that stars is also something that is maybe what that your partner, your potential future partner, by the look of this, your crush, we should say, is into, but for different reasons. But it's just nice to see the star coming up again. But really here, and it being a major arcana card, is very important as well. It shows that this is a kind of relationship that really fulfills a lot of hopes and dreams and wishes, and also that you have the potential to kind of achieve these things together, like whatever hopes and dreams that you may have together. This relationship really allows you to achieve them because you have the necessary skills to complement each other and attributes and things like that. And at the same time, we see the Hermit. Now, there are two different meanings I can take from this. The instinctual meaning for me is that this is a relationship that will also provide you with the opportunity for a lot of self-growth. So the Hermit is looking inwards. I mean, if we were taking a more superficial view of the Hermit, it could mean that there'll be some alone time. So it might be that, like, you know, you one of you or both of you have jobs that call you away, or other things in your life. But I would be more inclined to read it more on the deeper side, you know, with the major arcana cards being kind of life transformations. So I feel like this is a relationship in which you're very strong as a couple, but yet you also enable each other to be able to look deeper inside of you, to really learn from each other, to really grow, to really keep on developing as individuals. And so that's really beautiful. I mean, what more can you really ask for than that? Blissful kind of happiness, the ability to achieve your hopes and dreams, and the ability to grow as people, to get deeper insight into yourself, into life, into those around you, into the things that matter. So it's so nice, so wonderful. And here we'll have a look at your challenges and your strengths. So challenges here, the Nine of Pentacles is often about abundance. It's about doing things by your own, standing by yourself, and that kind of sense of power. Now, I don't feel that abundance is going to be a problem for you guys, seeing as you know, your crush seems to be the kind of person who's very much in control of the money. It could be that you have different opinions on what should be done with money. And it may be that at times, you know, it might be not what I said, with, you know, as I wasn't really drawn to that interpretation with the Hermit, though you never really know. Perhaps there's a sense that, you know, you two work so well as a couple that sometimes it can be a little bit hard to stand on your own and do your own thing. Let's just take a little card of clarification to just get a little bit more depth on what that might be. Okay, so we see the Hanged Man, which is often quite a compliment to the Hermit. They're both really about seeing things in a new way. Perhaps the Hanged Man looks more outwards and the Hermit looks more inwards. So there could be a sense that maybe you two are just so close that you end up sometimes seeing almost too similarly on a point of view, and you sometimes miss that for other people things could be a bit different. It might be that kind of thing, that there's an essence of kind of groupthink between you. So maybe a bit different to what I said before, but when I see the two cards in conjunction like that, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. I'll draw one more card of advice just to see, you know, what it is that maybe you can do to overcome that, or to make the most of it, in a sense, because every strength is a weakness and a weakness is a strength, and so on. Okay, Nine of Swords. So it's interesting that we've got two nines here. So I think that sometimes it really might be a sign that it is good for you to take some time apart. It kind of goes along with that theme, because Nine of Swords is inaction, really. And Pentacles, there's a kind of an aloneness to Nine of Swords. There's an aloneness to Nine of Pentacles. So if the problem is kind of this ability to stand in your own power because you've meshed so well as a couple, it's kind of a little bit important to take a bit of time away from each other to gain a new perspective on things. So maybe you'll go on a retreat, or you'll have some hobbies or something that don't involve the other person. And with that, that will really just help you to both feed that power back into the relationship, and you can share what you've learned in your time apart, away from each other. Maybe even having a little bit of time of no contact, because the Nine of Swords implies a kind of a blocked contact. So I would say, yeah, that your relationship will benefit from taking a break from time to time, just in terms of, spending a bit of time away from each other, seeing what kind of new wisdom emerges, just reevaluating things. It's not like some major problem that I see here, just something to be aware of. And in terms of your strengths or your blessings, it seems that together you have this wonderful way of conceptualizing things in a new way. So again, although I said that maybe sometimes you might have difficulty kind of seeing things from another perspective, I think that when you guys work on a problem together or a new idea, you can come with breakthroughs that perhaps alone you can't do. And there we see how, the strength and weakness is connected, because with this kind of teamwork, you have this ability to think through ideas. Like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of that Julia Roberts meme. It's actually not Julia Roberts, but it looks like her, where she's looking all confused at the science and the maths going on in the background there. But in this card, it's not meant to be, it is meant seriously. This kind of spiral, it makes you think of like these ideas of, sacred geometry and the golden ratio and things like that. So it's kind of like together you may find really new ways of thinking about things. Maybe you'll even invent new systems of organization in terms of thought, that people can look at things in, whether it's in their life or, in their finances, because we saw that theme before, whatever it is. But when you guys put your heads together, as it were, you really have this amazing way of coming up with something new that maybe other people just haven't seen before. So that can be a kind of a, it will excite you as a couple, I think, because you'll like really feed off of that, and you'll be very intellectually stimulated. And it's also a gift that maybe you can bring the world as well, and you find insights that are worth sharing. That's something cool that you guys can do for the world. So in terms of, I asked, what is it that he or she or they like about you? And we get the Ace of Wands with the Eight of Pentacles. So nice to see all this ace energy here. There's a lot of freshness. And in this sense, it's very interesting that we see the Ace of Wands, because as I mentioned in the Emperor's chart, or tarot reading, we see a lot about the practical, and we saw, quite a lot about cups as well. On the one hand, they're very practical, but they have this kind of softer side. But we see less of this kind of generative force, this kind of creative, almost divine force that the Ace of Wands can be. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, this fire here is kind of in the third eye position, or even in the crown chakra. So there's a kind of a sense of the spiritual here. Now, whether that applies to you or not, you'll have to think if that's something that you're quite aligned to. So it might be that you do have this kind of connection with something higher than yourself, and with which you're able to kind of draw divine inspiration, or at least that may be how the partner perceives you, if that isn't how you feel. Or it might not be so much connected with the spiritual, but that you're the kind of person who can really kind of you really have the spark, the inspiration, the kind of creative potential, this flame that you need to get things going. Before you have anything else, you have to have this kind of beginning spark that gets everything going. And this makes sense to me that this person would like this so much in you and see this, because it's something that we don't see so much of in them. They have the realm of getting things done, and also, you know, of the realm of feelings and stuff like that. So I think they're really impressed by your ability to conceptualize things, to kind of draw kind of divine or, you know, etheric inspiration from the ether and bring that into the real world. And that makes sense when we see you guys as like an amazing team, being able to like kind of put your heads together and conceive using your kind of ability for this, to conceive of these kind of sparks that are needed to get things going. And then we have the kind of ability to communicate about it as a team, to think, to bring it into reality. And then we have the Emperor's ability to kind of manifest things in the material world, to empower people to make these things happen. So yeah, it really makes a lot of sense that he or she finds this very intriguing about you. This kind of, you're full of potential and passion as well. There's a real feeling of kind of passion there. One's a passionate suit. On the other hand, we see that you also have your practical side. And I love how they've done this actually with the different phases of the moon here. It's really, this is the card where it's really about like a labor of love. You're able to put, and even though it's a Pentacles card, there's an element of the Wands, there's an element of the Cups, there's an element of the Swords, because you're able to put your soul into what you do and create something really beautiful and build something up from the ground. You put your everything in it. Of all the Pentacles cards, this is the one that probably draws most from all of the suits, and that's why I really like what they've done with the moon here, because I feel like it's all the different phases of the moon, it's all the different stages of bringing something from the intangible into the tangible. And by kind of putting your soul, putting your heart, putting your all into something, and your focus, everything, you're really able to create something really beautiful. Maybe you're the kind of person who has their own business, or you like to kind of practice at something till you become perfect at it. Like there's a lot of dedication in something you do, or just the ability to really focus in one area and put everything you've got. So it's a lovely pair of cards that we see here about you. Obviously this is their interpretation of you, but this is what they see in you, that you have both the ability to gain from the ether, and yet also the ability to funnel all your gifts into something that is real, to create something that the world really needs, that hasn't necessarily been made yet, whether that's on a small scale, on a big scale, doesn't really matter, but they see that potential in you, or they see that in practice. Maybe you're somebody who likes to make things, likes to work with your hands, or likes to bring ideas to life and then bring them out into the world. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting here about what they feel about you. And so let's pause the camera, because I think it's freaking out when I keep it on for too long. Okay, so here we are now going to just draw a couple of cards about self-care. What kind of things can you do together and enjoy, or what kind of self-care messages as a couple can we get for you? Let's see what comes out here. Okay. Okay, so these are some really beautiful cards here. Interesting that they're both rabbit based. Let's see, is that captured on the camera? Yeah, it is. So we see tell the truth, and your purpose is joy. So I think with tell the truth, what that's saying is that there will be times when you're being asked to really have a heart to heart, and to, even if you feel like there are certain things that it's difficult to talk about because maybe you're kind of different in some way, you know, you're you've got this strong Emperor energy that you're contrasting against, and you know, it might be a little bit difficult to feel like you can truly open up, but you're being encouraged to do that. And you know, if maybe you're kind of busy, you don't always have the time, take a bit of time out to sit down and just talk about things and speak from your heart. Really take the time. You know, you can even see on this card, if you look closely, that above each rabbit is a little heart. So there they are, they're speaking from their heart, they're speaking their truth. It's not a suggestion that you're lying to each other, but it's just check in, communicate, and make sure that you really do know that you're on the same path. You know, this star energy that you've got of being able to achieve your goals and dreams, just make sure that it's what you both want. Be a danger otherwise, or of sometimes getting carried away with you're both trying to fulfill each other's dreams but not fully understanding sometimes what is the main priority for the other person at this time. Or also, you know, while you're helping everyone, empowering everyone in this way that we've seen, or getting on with your life's work, sometimes it might just be good to reconnect and just check that, you know, everything's all smooth. And here, very sweet that we see a rabbit with a crown on it, which I feel has got to be some kind of allusion to the Emperor, no? And all those cups and rainbows that we saw. Your purpose is joy. So, I mean, I think that you guys are going to have a lot going on in your life. That's what I see. And so it's just really a reminder that you two really must make sure to make the time. You know, you're busy on your different projects and helping people, and a lot of goals going on there, I feel. But just remember to enjoy things just for the joy of it. Like whatever those things are that really make you happy, they don't have to be productive. You know, I have a feeling that you're going to be quite a productive couple, but sometimes just do things just for the sake of it. Maybe after you've had your little heart to heart, go out, be silly, play, you know, whatever it is that brings you joy, whether it's, you know, being in the water or being in the forest, or maybe you love to play computer games. I mean, it doesn't have to be all nature based, but whatever it is that really brings your soul this sense of joy, go on adventures together, for instance. Make sure that you spend time to do that. You know, don't always feel that you need to be working on other people's things. And we'll draw one more of things that you might like to do together for the funds. Okay, connect with your ancestors. I don't know why, but this theme is just following me around endlessly. I'm clearly going to have to do some deep connection with my own ancestors, because that is the kind of back and forth nature of reading tarot. If you know, whilst it's true for you, it can also be true for me if it just keeps coming up with every deck that I use. But in terms of your relationship, it can be really beneficial. I think it kind of speaks for itself. Whether it's your ancestors in terms of like people that you actually know were in your family. I mean, you know, you can do things like even making an altar to your ancestors and having photos of them there, you know. Or it can be your ancestors in terms of like if you're from another country, or even if you're from the country that you live in, you know, having a look at the ancient customs of your ancestors and what they would have done, getting in touch with the roots. It could be doing a family tree. It could be asking members of your family what happened before. And maybe by doing this together, it can be a really bonding thing. You can learn more about each other and more about each other's roots and your own roots. And you know, again, I feel like there is kind of a difference between you and your partner, one that is beautifully synergistic, but that, you know, will benefit from kind of this deeper learning. So, you know, we've seen that there's this wish to get to know yourselves better through the relationship and to go deeper, and so connecting with your ancestors can be some way of doing that. Okay, so let's clear up these cards and let me see what were the final things that I wanted to look at. I've left my list somewhere else, but I kind of remember at least one of the things. Let's pop that there. So one of the questions that I have is I want to find out, what is your crush's love language? And what would they really like you to know? Yeah, let's ask that first. What would they really like you to know? Where you are is where it's at. Stay still until you are divinely moved. So I think it's just a reflection of how awesome they think you are. You know, you may feel at the moment that you're like really being pushed out of your comfort zone, and they're there to kind of say, well, you are amazing, basically. And, you know, whilst you may feel like you're having to strive and fulfill these new roles, they see you already achieving that. You know, they see that you are kind of, you have everything you already need. So you're the empress to their emperor. And again, doesn't matter which genders we're talking about here. But basically, they think you're awesome, and that's what they would like you to know. So that's really sweet. And they do know, because they have their emperor energy, so they know who's at the place where they should be, and if it's where it's at or not, if that makes any sense. It makes sense to me. And so what is their love language? Let's see how this comes out. This deck is the hero's journey, it's called. What's their love language? Ah, the quest. Plunge boldly into life. So in a sense, they're the kind of person who, on the one hand, they think that where you are is kind of like the perfect place because that's where it's at. But they're also the ones who be pushing forward, as you would imagine, with the Emperor energy and the Chariot, the victory that we saw. So their love language is helping you and other people, but to move forward with their life, to get to the next stage. You know, what's the thing that you're aiming for? We saw that with the stars, you know, this kind of thing of your hopes and your dreams and your fulfillment. And their love language is to facilitate your quest, to help you to plunge boldly into life. You know, this would be something that somebody who would want to do that, that's kind of what they'd be saying, right? Where you are is where it's at. And this is really probably a great thing for you at the moment, going through this pillar energy of like being pushed into new roles where you will find that it is indeed true. But they're there to help you, and they will always help you to push forward into new places if that's what you want. And of course, the quest, it doesn't have to be so serious. I mean, it could be kind of something quite fun, you know. Maybe they like to just make something exciting, you know, instead of, you know, okay, we need to like, I don't know, just go and have a picnic in the park. It's like we need to have a magical adventure and find the supplies and see what we can discover along the way and bring back a treasure, you know, which might just be as simple as going to the shops and getting some food and bringing back a flower that you found. But it's all about a matter of playing with it. And when I see that thing of joy, that would be a good way, you know, the quest can be taken more seriously and it can be taken more lighthearted. And I think that's something that you'll have a lot of fun with. And finally then, let's draw a few cards just so we can see. I think that you're very close to connecting with this person. I mean, as I said, it is possible that you haven't met yet. It feels like a lot of you will have already know this person and have them in your life. It seems like they're already loved up with you. But at the same time, you know, time and space and everything is negotiable, and you know, so it is possible that you haven't even met this person yet. So let's see. I don't think you really need much help in bringing them closer to you. They clearly have got a massive crush on you, or they will as soon as they meet you. But let's just draw a few cards of advice anyway, just to see if there's anything you can do to hasten this, especially if you haven't yet met or you just don't know who they are. Okay, so we've seen the Hanged Man come up quite a lot now. So when I see the Four of Swords and a Hanged Man together, that makes me think that, again, there's always two meanings, but the first meaning, well, or more, but the first meaning that comes to mind is that you're actually being asked to go somewhere, kind of like a retreat of some kind, or some kind of restful. I feel like it's a retreat. It doesn't have to be like a meditation retreat, which is maybe what people think about first, but there's definitely a kind of a restful air about it, and also an air that you're going there to kind of gain wisdom, to recharge, to see things in a different way. So it could well be some kind of meditation retreat or some other thing like that, or maybe it's some kind of meeting of minds, something out in the countryside is my feeling. It doesn't have to be, of course, it could be a city place, it absolutely could. It's just what first kind of popped into my mind. It's like a place where people go to kind of rest and recharge and see things differently. So if you haven't already met, maybe that is the place that you meet. That could look like many ways. That I've given you a couple of suggestions of what that might be. It could also even be like a spiritual place, as in like a church or a temple, something like that. It may not be something as long term as a retreat. It could be some kind of a relaxing holiday, but there's definitely an air of contemplation. Also, something coming to mind, it could be something historically related in some way. I'm getting this kind of feeling because this card, it kind of relates to sort of medieval times, the significance of the knight recharging before the battle. And so, you know, it might be some kind of ancient site. And, you know, we saw the connect with your ancestors, even though that was kind of in the future, but like I said, time is malleable. So that might be something. You might go to sacred places in your country or wherever, and perhaps, yeah, places where that was what people were doing there. And it might even be in a museum. I mean, that's where we can access a lot of that history if we can't get out to the sacred sites. So those are just some ideas. If it's not about practical stuff, then it's really an invitation for you to go into yourself and to spend a little bit of time recuperating and resting and just seeing if you can see things from a different perspective. And on an energetic level, somehow that brings you closer together. So if it's not the practical, then it's the energetic. But one way or another, I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to meet soon enough. So we've almost come to the end of the reading. I hope that you've enjoyed it as much as I've enjoyed giving it. Now we just come to a bit that I have to warn you, it's very experimental. It's not something that I've tried to do before, divination with dice. So this is really more for fun than it is to take it seriously, but maybe it will be relevant. I did put my energy into the dice before I started to do this reading. So let's see what we get. I'm going to take this number dice and I'm going to roll it 3 times. So please make a note of the numbers in case I forget, which I might. Okay, the first number is 8. The second number is 3. And the last number is 5. 8, 3, and 5. So what do those numbers mean? Well, they could be the month they could represent the month in which your partner or your crush was born. They may represent the day on which they were born, and the reason why I did 3 times is because you might need to add them up, like 2 or even 3 of them. I mean, that gives you quite a lot of leeway of dates that might be relevant. And it also may relate to the date in which you meet each other, or the month as in which you did meet each other. So that's that. And then finally, we're going to throw this dice. Okay, so there we have the sign of Leo. And that doesn't surprise me one bit. Can we get it to focus? Yeah, we can. And, you know, it might not necessarily be that Leo is their astrological sign. It could be their rising sign, or it could be their moon sign. But it may not even be any of those. It could just be an important sign in their chart. But the Leo energy, when we see that with the Emperor, it does really work. Who of all the signs would you put as the Emperor? Leo is going to be perhaps number one choice for that. So yeah, just take that as a bit of fun. It is experimental. However, I would love it if you would comment down below. Let me know what you thought of this reading. And has it resonated with you? Do you know who the person is that I'm talking about? And if you like this reading and you want to see more, please give me a like. Please subscribe to the channel and consider hitting the bell icon so that you don't miss anything. I will read all the comments that are posted and I will try to reply. And if you do want to get in touch with me individually, you can do so via my website, which I will link to down below. So thank you so much for joining me for this. I'm very excited to see how this all turns out for you. So feel free to update us along the lines, along the future of what happened. And sending you all the best, much love, and enjoy the journey. Thanks for joining me. Welcome to Group 3. If you've chosen this pile, it may well be that you are doing some work to do with your ancestors at the moment. That might look like your literal ancestors. Perhaps you're spending time getting to know members of your family tree, things like that. Maybe you've even done a DNA test, something like that. Or perhaps it's you could have been making some kind of book regarding all your ancestors with pictures inside, or you may be connecting to them on a deeper level, maybe both. And if so, something to be aware of with this card is that while your ancestors can definitely guide you, and you know they're the roots from which you have sprung, be aware that of course they are different people. It's not the same as spirit guides. So they will have their own opinions, which, you know, you can value and thank them for, but they may be different to your own needs and opinions. So if you're kind of connecting with them in a kind of a spiritual way, just bear that in mind. And it might be that you're doing ancestral healing at the moment. You know, I've talked before on this channel about epigenetics and how what happened to our ancestors is thought to have effects on us. It's certainly been shown that that is the case from people who have had family who were Holocaust survivors, that trauma has been passed down in one way or another to the living descendants. What hasn't been proved without a doubt, or it hasn't been proved, is whether that's a kind of a environmental effect, you know, due to the methods of behavior or the stories that were passed down, or whether there's kind of something internal that you know, that trauma can be passed down in that way. Whichever one that it is, I would say that there's quite a good chance that whether it's on a, I mean, certainly on, people believe that in a spiritual level that's possible, and I kind of believe that the science is coming around. We'll see, won't we, if it comes out that way. But as my friend mentioned to me the other day, that kind of blew my mind. You were inside your grandmother's belly because when your mother was being born, I mean, being gestated, being carried, her ovaries were already, the eggs were already formed when she was inside her own mother. So at least part of you was in your grandmother. I've got to find a better way of expressing that because it sounds odd, but you understand what I'm saying there, and it's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it? So even whether you're thinking spiritually, scientifically, there must be some kind of a relation there, particularly through the matrilineal side. And whichever thing you think is true, whichever thing, maybe you're doing a pilgrimage to the site of your ancestors, and that might be your literal ancestors, like people that you know that was related to you, or it might just be, you know, the ancestors of the country that you live in or that you're from, or whatever, that you go to the sacred sites. But it might also just be that you're doing some kind of ancestral healing, and that might be something that you're learning to do yourself, or that you're contacting a practitioner. And it may be something that could be worth thinking about. So if that's not, any of that isn't what's been going on with you, then it may be that you are being called to do that, and that's why you were drawn to this pile. So moving on, let's find out a bit about the personality of your partner, your crush, I should say, your future to be partner, if you so choose it. Let's find out about their personality. Who are they? Let's see. Oh, okay. The King of Pentacles jumping out there, but I'm gonna put him back. Let's see if he wants to come out or not, because a few cards came out. So okay, got the Seven of Swords and another seven, the Seven of Pentacles. Okay. And the World. Okay, very interesting. And let's get a couple of clarification cards. Okay. Okay, so I see that your crush is someone who is on somewhat of a big life journey. There's a kind of a tension going on with the sevens, because sevens are a slightly tricky number in the tarot, and they can be a number where you kind of really need to reevaluate where you are at. And I think that this person's life journey is to kind of reevaluate, but we see that they're having a lot of success with that. That's really what they've incarnated to do. So to be a bit more specific, the Seven of Wands and is a kind of a card of someone who wants to go their own way, to do things in their own fashion. This is someone that likes their sense of autonomy and like not being constrained, especially when we see that with the Lovers. I think there's a kind of a tension. I think that this person, that is important to them, but they also want to be able to find it a little bit easier. So the Lovers can be about literally having a lover, being in a love relationship, or it can be about making deep choices, deep fundamental choices about what you want to do in life, what really speaks to you. And in a sense, sometimes the Seven doesn't really know, because again, we've got the Seven of Pentacles, hard worker, has sown a lot of the seeds, has really done a lot of effort in their life to grow things. But we see, especially with the reversed Five of Pentacles, they're kind of really questioning, like, maybe they're questioning the kind of the status quo of things, and like, they were taught to do things in a certain way and they've done that, but they're kind of like, well, I don't really know if this is the right thing. And yet on the other side of things, we see this wonderful combination of the World and the Ace of Swords. So this is really showing that there's somebody who's used or using this kind of sense of questioning the status quo, of kind of wanting to go their own way, but at the same time wanting to be part of something deeper and to know that their choices are really the right choice. And we see that with the World, they have achieved that. So I feel like this person is going, as I say, I feel this is a life journey, and it might also be a soul journey, that they're kind of completing things from a past incarnation. And the World with the Ace of Swords, it shows that they're having great success with this, that they're able to use these kind of doubts or these uncertainties, this reevaluation, to bring something really strong into the world, to be successful. There may be somebody who's actually famous, for instance, or someone who's kind of at the top of their game, and hasn't been easy for them with these like difficult sides. It's not so difficult, but this aspect is a bit difficult there. But they've been able to kind of synthesize this reevaluation process. Maybe, it's something that a lot of people go through, getting to a point where you question the status quo, or you kind of question what's the way forward, what things should really be important in the world. And somehow they've kind of brought that all together, and there's somebody who I think they're a hard worker as well. I think it's important to say that. But sometimes they'll wonder if what they've worked for was really worth it. But nevertheless, what they turn their hand to, they have been successful, and they will be successful, and they'll be kind of recognized for that. I think there's someone that's intelligent, that is strong, is able to look at things from different perspectives, and can really bring whatever they want into the world. So there's a lot of power in this person. And the Ace of Swords, it shows that they're able to really think things through. They're able to sort of consider all of these kind of tensions that they've experienced, and then bring forward the new way of what makes sense for people, and what makes sense for them first and foremost, because this is their personality. But to conceptualize it, to be able to talk about it, to bring this into the world and explain to people, to themselves first of all, and to other people, this is the way. So they might be some kind of leader style person, or it could be a different kind of renowned. As I said, it might be that they're this could be any field. It doesn't really tell us much about their job specifically, other than that it's kind of in the public eye. So I could see them being anything from a songwriter to a scientist, just to give you some examples, and probably more likely to be a scientist than a songwriter with all of this, but it could go either way. This person's got a lot of things to draw upon within them. This person is someone who is deep, I will say that, and they're able to communicate this depth and bring it into something in the wider world. And so and use this kind of tensions that they feel to create something that is tangible. And so as a scientist, there's the question of them being sort of intellectual, especially with the sword. But as the songwriter, it's that they're expressing what they've learned in a lyrical form. And that actually does make sense with the swords, because swords are the sign of thoughts, but also of communication. So they're just two examples of what they might be into. And kind of an aspect of who they are. Of course, everybody's personality goes a lot deeper than what we can just see from 6 tarot cards. But that's what's coming up. And now we're going to try and bring it a little bit more into the realm of the practical, and see if we can see, using the Lenormand, what can we see? Where might they be? Okay, so we've got the Well. And we've got the Mountain. So on one level, there could just be a kind of a simple attraction to water, and at the same time attraction to mountains. So this could be somebody who's just really loving the nature, and you're to find them perhaps hiking in the mountains, or walking on a trail by some beautiful kind of lake. With the Well, there's a kind of a sense of something spiritual. There's a kind of sense of wishes coming through. If you know about wells where you throw a penny down, or a cent, or whatever denomination of currency is from where you're from, and you make a wish and you come true. And again, it makes sense of what we've seen here, that they are the sort of person who, they do put a lot of effort into what they do. They've had good luck, they've had success, but it does come with work. They work, and the Mountain is a lot to do with, can be to do with obstacles as well. So, they're the kind of person that they may face difficult things in their life, but they have the kind of will and the good luck to proceed. If they really try at things, they get this world-like success. So the Lenormand isn't being super specific here about where you might find them, other than, as I said, you know, hiking around in the mountains. But yeah, that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from the Lenormand. So let's now use the Light Seer deck to see if we can find out a little bit about what drives them. And again, it's also their personality, but what drives them in the world, what motivates them, what are their goals in life, that kind of thing. Okay, so we've got the Three of Pentacles in a very hipster hippie way because they're making a macrame thing, which wall hanging, which kind of makes me laugh, but yeah. I was going to start that kind of macrame myself. Such a hipster hippie. I'm not though, just want you to know that. I'm not a hipster hippie. But this deck of cards is super hipster hippie, but it's really, really good. It's great symbolization that they've done. Okay, so we've got the Three of Pentacles, the Four of Pentacles, and the Hermit. So this person is motivated by kind of a range of things, really. The Three of Pentacles is a lot to do with building a foundation. It's to do with teamwork. It's kind of to do with, as much as they've had this feeling of you know, going it alone, it's a sense of that they're actually really motivated by teamwork. So, you know, we see that they've maybe done things in a certain way and their personalities can be a certain way, but they kind of question it and they want to almost go against that and see what they can find. So I'm really getting the message of teamwork. They're quite motivated by teamwork, despite the fact that they do need some level of autonomy. And I feel like here in the Four of Pentacles, they are someone who likes to examine what do people hold close to them, what do they hold dear, and what do they want to let go of. The Four of Pentacles, it can be like possessiveness, or it can be something to do with like being afraid to let go of things. But in terms of like their goals, I feel like they really want to question what it is that means things to people. You know, there is a progression from the 3 to the 4 in terms of Pentacles. What is it that makes people feel whole, and what is it that detracts from people feeling whole, and what do people need to kind of become the fullest version of themselves? This is some questions. Perhaps in a way there's quite a philosopher about this person. They like to think about these deep questions, and that makes sense as well when we see the Hermit card. So let's just take a closer look at that. Is that in shot? Yeah. So the Hermit is somebody who, again, that really goes with what I just said about the philosopher considering these issues. They're really motivated to get a deeper knowledge of themselves and a deeper knowledge of others. And so we see this kind of tension between wanting to be with others and to do teamwork, but needing time alone as well, needing time to consider these questions. So I think that they're driven to kind of understand these different aspects, both in themselves and in other people. So I'm getting this quite deep sense of this person. They're like quite an enigma. If you like people who are quite enigmatic, then I think you're going to find a lot of interest in this person, because you know, this is not your everyday kind of archetype of a person. This is somebody who is really looking at things in a quite an unusual way, really approaches things in a different way. This is someone unusual, but in a good sense. Let me just draw. Yeah, okay, so the Eight of Wands, that's kind of about bringing things together. So I feel that, yeah, there's this kind of wish. It's like they've got parts and pieces of the puzzle and they want to fit the puzzle all together, both for themselves and for the greater good of humanity. Okay, that's interesting. The wheel of fortune, upside down. So I think that they recognize that when they're working in a team, even if life presents challenges, that it's easier to get through it, you know. So although they have this kind of temptation to run off and be by themselves and be the hermit, they kind of seen that, you know, life smiles more fortunately on them when they're able to connect with the team. So this person might be kind of an introvert, even though they're able to be an extrovert as well, because we see the World card. But inside themselves, they kind of probably, they have to find this balance between it of allowing for that, but also allowing themselves to go in and to recharge. Okay, quite, interesting. I don't really work that much with reversals, and the High Priestess has come up twice reversed today. So I think that while this person really likes to consider elements of self-knowledge, they are a little bit blocked when it comes to some of the more mystical ways of doing things. And I think that's something that they're going to be on a journey to discover. That might be one of the missing links. So, I mean, the High Priestess, it's very much about, you know, that kind of inner magical wisdom, that sense of intuition, of knowing even though you don't know why. Whereas the Hermit, you know, he's a good complement to that, because he's also about this inner sense of knowing, but there's a little bit more that it's come from rationality, or it's come from a practice that's laid out quite clearly. Whereas the High Priestess, she's more like working with her intuition, working with the hidden kind of mysteries, you know. Perhaps she's a tarot reader, and I say she, but, you know, just to refer to the card rather than any particular person. So there's a sense in which this person wants to understand that but doesn't yet. And if you are the person who is interested in that kind of thing, and we know that you kind of are, because here you are watching a tarot video, maybe you read the tarot, maybe you practice divination of some other kind, perhaps you're just really interested in the feminine mysteries, and again, doesn't matter what gender you identify with, because, you know, the High Priestess, there's all this mythology surrounding, at least in the Rider-Waite card, of when she went into the underworld. So it's kind of the darker side of life, but not dark in a negative sense, but dark in a mysteries that are hidden, you know. And yet there's this kind of sense of the group. You can imagine these kind of, you know, the High Priestess, she often does work alone, but you can imagine a coven of witches, or if you go back in time, you can kind of imagine the Eleusinian mysteries, where there would have been people working together to decipher in a very kind of experiential way, as opposed to the Hermit. Maybe he, and again, I just say he because we're looking at a male figure, but he's going out into the desert, you know, on a kind of a Jesus-like quest, 40 days, 40 nights. And the High Priestess, she's kind of like sitting in a pond, you know, meditating and going into another state of consciousness, drawing kind of the mysteries from beyond the veil. So there's a sense in which this person would love to synthesize both of those things. And if you're the one who is interested in that, that's something that perhaps they're quite attracted to you because of, and it's something that you can really help them with potentially. Or it's something you can explore, you know, if that's something you're getting to know. Yes, we see a little blockage there, but it's something that they're working on. It's something that they're contemplating. And so we'll just draw a couple cards from this deck to see like what might other things might they be into. Ah, interesting. Teaching, inspiring young people to learn. It could be people of any age as well. So that kind of makes sense when we see this person who works hard, who's maybe studied quite a lot. This card can be that kind of thing, and then brings it into the world with this thought. So yeah, you know, a teacher makes a lot of sense. They're teaching other people what they've learned and perhaps helping other people to get the luck that they need in life, you know, and to overcome the obstacles that they face, you know, through teaching or guiding. They may not be, you know, teaching may not be their job, but they may just really enjoy teaching people. You know, they may have different ways to reach out and spread their message. Might be something they do voluntary, or it might be something they're going to do as a job, or that they do. Okay, trust. So trust your feelings and dreams to guide your career path. So I feel like this is something that they're trying to do with the Hermit, but this is something they're working on. It kind of fits well with this blocked High Priestess and Hermit. They're trying to get in touch with their inner self and their intuition and to kind of see the way forward. We definitely see that this person has had to go through different incarnations and think about different things. So that can be a theme for them. And let's just draw something from the Sacred Self-Care Oracle to see if we can get any other clues about things they like to do or they might like to do. Okay, watch a movie. So that's quite easy to interpret. They're probably a big movie fan, or if not a movie, could also be a play because it's kind of in the same line of things. But they really like to watch people perform, and so this could be something that you could really bond over, you know, if you have a love of movies as well, or maybe it's just a good way to get cozy with them, you know, bring round some popcorn, or maybe they'll do that for you, and a nice blanket and some really thought-provoking films, because I feel like they're the sort of person who's probably quite into indie films from all of this complexity. I imagine there's someone who quite likes a good character study, but at the same time, you know, you can be deep and all of that, but you can also need some light relief. So maybe they also love comedies as well, you know, who can say. But it seems like watching a movie is a good way for them to chill out, and, you know, there's a lot going on here, and so they can really just come down and like relax and enjoy. Maybe they like to cuddle up with their cat or their dog and have a nice warm drink. Okay, so I'll just pause the camera so that it doesn't blow up, as it seems to be wanting to do recently, and then we'll return. So next we're going to find out, if I can not throw the tarot cards everywhere, we're going to find out what will your relationship be like, and what are your, as a couple, what will your strengths and your challenges be, and what is it that they like about you, or at least what are some of the things that are attracting them to you. Okay, interesting. If the Seven of Wands coming up again in the same position, albeit that we're asking a different question. Queen of Wands there. Okay, and a Seven of Wands. Wow, the sevens just don't stop coming. So I think that you're maybe quite a deep person as well, and so that's also why we're seeing the sevens. Sevens attract sevens. Let's get some clarification card. That's I don't mean that in a weird way. Just like attracts like sometimes. quite often. In fact, people say that opposites attract, but that's actually not as true as the saying would have you believe. Yeah, Temperance and Queen of Wands is certainly attesting to that in some way. Okay, so my feeling here is that when I look at the first seven, the Seven of Swords, that I feel that there's going to be a good balance of autonomy and togetherness in your relationship. I feel that you're kind of on a matching scale in that way, and you kind of know when you need your alone time and you know when you need to be together, and I feel that you have a respect for that because I think that you also get that. And in doing so, you actually complement each other really well in that way, because by doing that, it allows you to be very happy together. I mean, the Nine of Cups is one of the best cards in terms of emotions and well-being and feeling fulfilled and happy. Look how happy that guy is. He's got like pretty much everything he needs right there. So it's this wonderful understanding of each other where you can, flip between being together and giving each other space. Having said that, when you do spend time together, it seems to bring out the best in you, this kind of really sociable quality, this sense of making magic, this kind of sense of charisma, and that, while you have similarities, I think, of course, you will have differences, but that the two things, they really come together and they form something beautiful. So when we see Temperance in a love reading, I tend to think of it as close as you can get to the soulmate card in a way, because there's so much alchemy going on. For one thing, this cup is pouring back into that cup, and we've got the different elements here. We've got the sun rising, we've got this angel, we've got this healing feeling. So it's kind of like a sense here of two souls being united, and perhaps the person is, as I say, more of an introvert, although I feel like they can also flip between each side when needed, and perhaps you can resonate with that as well. And or maybe not, but it seems that when you are together, you can really come together and enjoy being social together, and in doing so, bringing out the best in each other, and your connection, it just kind of, it heals the other person, and reciprocity, reciprocity, something like that. It kind of brings out this sense of aliveness, this magic, this kind of joy, something really quite beautiful to see there. So when you do spend time together, despite this need to sometimes be alone, I think you can be really sociable and charming. You're kind of that couple that everyone wants to be near because they just think that you're so great together. And the Seven of Wands here, this can be, again, sevens, there's this kind of process of reevaluating things. And I feel that while you may challenge each other with having different ideas about stuff, I feel that it's really useful because I think it keeps you on track. I think that sometimes left to your own devices, maybe you can find it a little bit difficult. Sometimes maybe you feel a bit left out from the world or left out in the cold, as we see in the Five of Pentacles. And I think by these kind of, your similarities and your differences kind of coming together, it kind of helps to keep you feeling safe, feeling nested, feeling together, feeling a sense of strength against those things in the world that maybe are a little bit difficult for you guys. And, these kind of slightly different inspirations of way of looking at things actually keeps you safe, keeps you warm, keeps you healthy, keeps you sane. So I think that's a really interesting, it's a very much a healing vibe, and maybe kind of like a meeting of lost souls in a way. Not lost as in that you're lost in the world, but rather like souls that were supposed to meet in this life. And I don't talk too much about soulmates, even though I just said that was the soulmate card. But you know, there is this sense of perhaps, you know, people that we did know in a past life, or even, you know, something I've been learning about recently, which makes a lot of sense, soul fragmentation. Because if you think about it, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, at least that's what science says. And if you believe that the spirit or the soul is one of those things, then as somebody said to me once, well, how can there be more people all the time in the world? And I was like, good question. And that's kind of how, because, you know, that this energy that forms a person can be split off into other, to more than one, you know, because each energy contains so much potential. So there can be this idea, I don't know if it's true, you know, I have no proof of this by any means, it's just something that makes sense and resonates with me, that, you know, there can be people from your soul family that you were once a part of each other. So maybe that's what people are talking about when they say soulmates or twin flames. The reason I don't talk about it is not because I don't believe in it, it's just that I find it's a bit limiting in the way that people mean it, as if there was only one person in the world that you can be with, and I'm strongly against that as a perspective. So that's why I'm a little bit resistant to the term. It's not that I don't think that there can be soulmates, and as you've just seen from that explanation. So let's find a little bit about what it is that they're so attracted to you. The High Priestess. So that makes a lot of sense when we just saw that in the reverse position, and I kind of explained a lot about that already, so I think you have an idea where I'm coming from. Four of Wands. Okay, lovely. So with the High Priestess, I already went into detail about what that means, and so you can just remember that. But I'm going to show you the card now that we can see her in the upright position. And so, as I thought, there's this kind of block within them that they're not able to access as yet, this High Priestess energy, which they kind of feel they need to become complete and to see all the sides of the picture. And so this strengthens my conviction that you are the High Priestess and that you carry something about that energy about you. And so they're fascinated by that about you. It's very attractive to you. They're really called to that. And not only do they find it super interesting and attractive, but they're really curious to learn from you and to have you show them the ways, or to demonstrate the ways. Whether it's telling them what they know, whether it's demonstrating it by living it, whatever is right to you, but they see it in you, whether you kind of display it more obviously or whether it's more personal. They sense it, they know it's there one way or another, you know, perhaps that they know it, they know you're into tarot cards and things, or maybe they can just energetically feel it. And the Four of Wands suggests that you have this capability to really celebrate and to bring things together, and maybe to bring people together as well. That there's, you know, you make time to connect with people, to bring like-minded people together and make connections. And perhaps sometimes we see they've been a little bit challenged with that. And so they really appreciate this kind of joyful, expressive energy and this ability to kind of bring things together. Maybe you like to enjoy rituals as well when we see these two cards together, or ceremonies, or maybe it's just that you like to, you know, go out and do things with friends and family or whatever. But I feel like you maybe sometimes are the driving force between bringing these groups together to do whatever. And they like that about you. You know, it speaks to, you know, they saw, you know, they had a 4 come up in their reading, the more troubled 4 of Pentacles. And so, you know, the 4 of Wands is a really nice complement to that, because it's kind of like making things happen in the world instead of just trying to cling on to things and not really being sure about that. So it's a really nice complement to their energy, and they're just super excited by this thing about you. And okay, I see that the camera has gone all blurry. I don't know how long it's been doing that for, but I'm going to pause it because of this and wait for it to come back to life. Okay, so while the camera was recovering from whatever on earth is is happening to it, I just drew your cards for your challenges and your blessings. And improbably, we got the Seven of Swords coming up again for the third time in this reading, albeit from a different deck, with the Devil card, and for the blessings, Two of Wands with the Wheel. So in terms of your challenges here, I definitely feel like you guys are deep people. And I would say that in this connection, the aspect is, because obviously we've seen that the Seven of Swords is really a strength in your relationship, but as with anything, strengths can be weaknesses, weaknesses can be strengths. But I feel like these two cards here are more relating to the ability that you have to kind of perhaps lie to yourself sometimes about, you know, because you have this thing with like, I think we did trust come up before, didn't we? And, you know, this want to kind of go deep inside yourselves and stuff like that. I think sometimes you'll be afraid to like reach out when, you know, it's kind of like when someone says, how are you? And you say, I'm fine, but you're not fine. And maybe you're even telling yourself that you're fine. There's this kind of this element of self-deception here, and that you both may kind of have a tendency to sometimes withdraw. You know, whilst it's very positive for you guys to be able to withdraw and recuperate, regenerate, get your own space, get your head together, it's also really important at the same time that you're able to connect and like support each other when you need to be supporting each other, and communicate when you need to. And so, you know, instead of falling into this kind of self-deception trap, communication will be important. You might want to kind of commit to each other that, like, you know, we really are going to share when we need help from the other person. We're not just going to pretend we're fine, and commit that to yourself as well. I mean, if you are not telling yourself that there's something wrong, then there's no way that your partner can help you with that. Maybe it's just because you've learned to be so self-reliant that you don't really want to be a burden on someone else, so you just say that you're fine when you're not. And, you know, maybe that's even something to do with your ancestral healing that you're doing, for all I know. So that's something to consider, that, you know, whilst it's important for you guys to give each other the space that you need, it's also important to be honest with each other and be honest with yourselves about what you're feeling and what you're going through, so that you can support each other in that. Now, from the blessing side of things, this is a really lovely card pair, because we see that together you can kind of decide whether to stay with the familiar or whether to embark on something new. And you see that here she's kind of got the globe here, she's got a VW camper van, you know, she's thinking, should I go on that adventure or shall I just stay in my beautiful loft apartment as it looks like. And it feels like that you two together have the courage to kind of push each other and push yourselves to kind of embark on those journeys. Don't have to literally be involving travel, though they might. But just in general, that you guys are there to kind of help push each other to embark on adventures together. And as you do so with the wheel, you know, you get lots of excitement, lots of movement, lots of growth, chances for really good things to happen. Yes, there's always a risk with the wheel, you know, fortunes go up and down in life, but on the whole, this is really good omens, that when you actually come together and you commit to the idea of trying something new and doing it as a couple, that really beautiful things come out of it, and you really start growing and becoming your, you know, closer to your higher selves. So I really see this expansionary, fun, exciting thing, and, you know, you're really the perfect kind of partner for each other in that sense, like I want to say partners in crime, you know, in a kind of a fun way. So that's really lovely to see. It seems like you can have a lot of adventure, fun, the confidence to take risks that you maybe didn't want to take alone, or it's just not so intriguing to do so. And I'm going to just draw a couple more cards, sort of running out of space here, but let's just make space. And let's just see some nice like self-care activities that you can do together to really like make the most of your connection and feel really good. What are the good things? Okay. Invite your fears to tea. Okay, that seems very... So I had another technological mishap and yeah, so I looked up and the camera had run out of battery. But we'd gotten to the point of speaking about inviting your fears to tea. And this is just really a lovely message that goes along with what we've seen with the Seven of Swords, that whilst you do need to allow each other the time to have your alone time and recharge and so on, at the same time, there is this potential for a really healing connection. And if you invite your fears to tea, if you speak about them together, things faced like that suddenly become not so fearful, not so scary, something that can be overcome. And I really see this as now is coming, that it's a very healing relationship. And we also get the card A New Day. And on the one hand, we can just see this as you guys have an ability to have a kind of a beautiful optimism. And even if you have troubles, to put aside the problems and think, well, you know, tomorrow the cock will crow and the sun will rise. But deeper than that, the meaning of this card is also about letting go of past hurts. It's about not having to be the person that you've been, not having to be defined by that, being able to move forward and let that go, acknowledge it, respect it, but it doesn't have to be your story anymore. So it's really the chance for a kind of a fresh start for both of you in terms of having to let go of things from the past. And again, we see this healing connection here. So I think that's really one of the soul things that you guys, if you are to be together, that you're brought together to do. It's to heal, it's to go on adventures together, it's to synthesize and explore these different sides of your character. I feel it's a really beautiful connection. So with that in mind, we'll just go on to the last few cards. Hopefully the battery will last. And what I want to look at is really what would they like you to know? Maybe they're just, you know, too shy to admit their feelings to you or whatever, or maybe it's just going to take time. But I bet that there's something that they'd really like you to know. So we've got the Hero's Journey Oracle deck here. It's really lovely. It's something new for me. So what would they really love you to know? You hold the key to an awakened life. Set yourself free. So that makes a lot of sense. When we see that they've seen the High Priestess energy in you, or that they sense it, they're aware of it in some way. And when we've seen that this is really this healing relationship where you guys can let things go from the past. This person is working on healing themselves, I feel, and they're also working on expanding themselves and self-growth and taking themselves to the next level. And I think that they see you as the key, both for yourself to be able to do that and for you to work together for them to be able to do that as well. I think that's what they like to be able to tell you, but they're a bit shy to say that because it's quite a full-on thing to say to someone, isn't it? Let's just see if we can get what their love language is. Say yes to your higher calling. Be a human! Exclamation mark. So again, that's quite similar in a way to you hold the key to an awakened life. I think that they really want to help you push yourself forward to achieve new things. We saw that you two can come together to be this kind of Queen of Wands energy, and I feel that this person is really supportive of people who are trying to look deeper. We saw that they embody the hermit energy, and it's important to them, and they've got this blockage with understanding the high priestess energy, but they really want to be able to say yes to their higher calling, and they really want other people to be able to do it as well. So I think that's something they're very interested in, and where they can help people do that and help you do that, be the facilitator for that. That's their way of showing that they really care about somebody, that they're really interested, that they'll be there to help support you and take you forward and discuss these ideas or whatever it is that it takes. So that's really nice to see. And finally then, given that this person may be somebody that you know, or it may not be, because time and space is all kind of flowy depending on how you look at it. So let's see, how can you bring this person closer to you if you haven't met yet, or even if you have and they're kind of too shy to tell you that they like you. What is the way that they can, or you can bring them closer? Okay, so on the one hand, it might be to do with a little bit of inner work, that if you have issues that you need to move away from, troubles, maybe like making some space for them in your life, then that could be something that you're called to do here. And there's also a sense of, this card can be kind of staying vigilant. So I think it might be just keeping an eye out in these terms for like, who is this person, who fits this description. And then here at the end we get the Two of Cups, which is really nice to see, because it actually suggests that you can perhaps be the one to approach them. Maybe they're a bit shy. I did get this feeling that they might be a bit shy. So if you're really keen on this person, you're getting the vibes, and maybe you want to kind of suggest that you guys go for a coffee or something like that, light-hearted, I don't know, see how it goes. If that's not something you want to do, or if you don't know the person yet, you haven't seen them appear in your life, then I think it's really about doing this inner work of moving away from any troubled times, or into calmer waters, about keeping an eye out and being ready for someone to come into your life, both kind of practically speaking and emotionally, and then maybe setting an intention of imagining you guys together and how you'd like your relation to be, and again really opening this space up for this partnership, but having, not becoming obsessed with it by any means, but definitely setting a clear intention, putting it out there, maybe mark it with a little ritual, light a candle, something like that, and then just send that out in the world. Tell them, I am ready for you. When you are ready to come, I will be here, and I want to accept your offer, assuming that you do, your offer of love. So that's the reading. I really hope you've enjoyed it, and we've just got one more thing to do now. This is a really experimental feature, so take this with a pinch of salt. Just thought this would be fun, but it's not something I've done before. I just infused my energy into the dice before I did this. So I'm going to roll this number dice 3 times, and I want you to remember the numbers, because the numbers can be significant. Okay, so we have a 12. And we have another 12. Okay, so that could be really significant, or it could be 24. You might have to add these numbers up. So remember them. And I don't know if you can see that. Yes, there we go. It's an 8. A 12, a 12, and an 8. So it might be that they are born in the 12th month, or it might be that they are born on the 12th of a month, or you could add the numbers and get the 24th, or I think you cannot add another 8 to that, but you can play around with the maths of that. Or maybe it's something else. Maybe it's also the month in which you are to meet them. So, you know, it might be 8 for August, obviously, 12 for December. And just play around with that, see if it makes sense to you. Don't take it too seriously because we don't know. But at the same time, if it does become accurate or not, let me know, because it would be really cool to know if this is a form of divination that I can add to my repertoire, let's say. Okay, and we get their astrological sign here as well, or what could be their astrological sign. And I'll see if I can bring this a bit closer to the camera. This is the sign of Capricorn. So that might be their sun sign. It also might be their rising sign or their moon sign, or is it even possible that it's just something that features strongly in their chart. Again, take it with a pinch of salt, but I hope it is useful and it helps you to identify this person if you need that. So once again, I really hope you've enjoyed this reading. It's been emotional for me to do this, and I would love it if you would comment below and let me know if you picked this pile. Did it resonate with you? Do you know who this person is? And please, if you like the video, give me a like, give me a subscribe, hit the bell icon. And if you need to get in touch with me personally, then you can do so via my website. So sending you all the best of luck and love and healing and all the good things. And I really hope to see you again in my next reading. Take care. Bye. Welcome group 4. You have chosen Ask Body with the Jaguar. So if you've chosen this card, then it's probably the case that you've been working with your body. Maybe you've seen some of my videos about focusing, where you take a time to really go inside of your body, feel the feelings you're feeling, stay with them, see what energies come up, see what feelings, think about those feelings, think about the sensation, and let it move around your body, and you may be surprised pictures may start to come to you. Things like that. I think I'm going to do a separate video on focusing because I keep explaining it in every video, and some of you might be really bored of it by now. And I feel that you've been probably doing this kind of work anyway, or if not, then you've been attracted to it. And just some things that I would say with this card. It's good to know that the ash tree, which is a very magical tree, is recommended for body work. You can kind of call upon the ash tree to support you and also to help you to let go of energies that you don't need anymore. And the ash tree is quite amazing. When I've been doing what I call hippie camping out with the Rainbow family in the UK, we would go to, sometimes if we wanted to build something, we would use the ash tree because several stems kind of, that's not the right word, but several trunks kind of come up from the tree, and so you can ask it very politely if you may find it, and if you can cut off one or two of the trunks that come off, and you won't heal the tree. And they're very flexible trees, so perhaps that's some of the reasons why this card asks us to focus with the ash tree, as well as it just known as being really magical. And also this card asks you to work with hematite as a crystal, because it's a really grounding crystal, so it can kind of create a very safe container in which you can do body work, and at the same time it really invites in the spiritual energies, the intuitive energies. So that can be something really good, really grounding, and at the same time connecting you to your higher wisdom, so you can see more deeply what it is that your body has to tell you. And believe me, if you haven't done much body work or you're just beginning, you're really going to discover there's like a wealth of information to be found that your brain isn't telling you. It's been an amazing journey for me, and I'm continuing to study focusing, which is just one way to really access that inner bodily wisdom. So if you haven't been doing that, start doing it. If you've been doing it, that's really great. Keep on going and seeing what is there for you to find out. Okay, so what we will do now is we will try to find out about this person who has a crush on you. We're going to find out loads of stuff, but we're going to start off with their personality. What can we find out about their personality? Okay, the Queen of Cups. Okay, Six of Swords. It's been coming up a lot today. And the Four of Pentacles. You've also seen that card today. There's a lot of themes coming up, but different for everybody. And so we can see this person is a very loving, nurturing kind of person. Kind of person that can move away from their troubles, and it's possible they might be a little bit possessive, or they might have a tendency to worry a lot about financial things. But let's draw some clarification cards to get a little bit more info. Okay. Yeah, that's very clear. Let's just see if we get anything else from the Queen of Cups. Okay, so we see that this person has a really healing kind of personality, especially where there have been wounds or conflicts, whether it's been inner wounds, and they're the kind of person who probably really tries to avoid conflict, but they kind of know how to make things better. I can see them as a, you know, whether they're male or female, but this mother figure that, you know, when you fall down, they rub your wound until it gets better. I mean, your sore knee or something like that is probably a better way to explain it. It doesn't have to be a woman. But that's the kind of energy that we're getting from the Queen of Cups. They avoid conflict. They heal conflict. They mend the things that are broken or a little bit disjointed. That's what they're really good at, what they love to do. And at the same time, they're the kind of person who is also really good at walking away from troubled situations, making the leap from difficult thoughts. Perhaps they're quite good at laying thoughts to rest and helping other people do so, and really seeing a new perspective on things. A new sense of mental clarity is what they can bring, and it's something they can do. So even if they get beset by troubles, they'll use that to just move forward, see new things, and help people to do that as well. And again, yeah, with the Four of Pentacles, we see that maybe sometimes they do have a problem where they get a little bit stuck with things and they want to progress, but something's holding them back. Perhaps it's a possessiveness, but it could also be a fear, like some insecurities or some worries or a fear of risk taking. It could be with money, it could be with practical things, but it's something that they're working on. They'd like to be able to push more smoothly forward. They can certainly do it a lot with worries and mental things, and they can walk away from difficult situations, but there are some other things that still remain. But this is perhaps something that you may be helping them with, and something they're helping themselves with. So now that we've looked at that, let's look a little bit more at what really motivates them. Let's have a look. I'm going to use the Light Seers deck here. It's very colourful, very beautiful, amazing imagery. Okay, King of Swords, that's interesting. Quite a contrast really to the Queen of Cups, but that is how we can always be in life. There's many sides to us. Okay, the Eight of Pentacles. It's a beautiful card to see. Someone that really wants to put their heart and soul into things and perhaps help others to do so as well. And the Emperor. So many cards making an appearance today in several readings. I guess there's a theme of who's attracted to my readings and who's attracted to those people. Everything is synchronistic. We're all part of one big whole in the end. So I think that while on the one hand they've got this very sense of, the emotional side is very strong to them, at the same time they can be very logical, or at least that they kind of strive to sometimes think, put their emotional side to one side and use logic, mind, intellect rather, to help people to move forward in their lives, and maybe also to help themselves move forward. So we see this owl, this wisdom, and maybe also something that kind of ties in with the Five of Swords that we saw here, which can be about conflict, and also this Six of Swords, which is in a sense the next step on. It's moving away from conflict. They might be somebody who's very fair, who likes to make sure that fairness is happening. Somebody that you can kind of turn to in a conflict situation. They might be a good mediator because they have the empathy to kind of see things from other people's sides of view, as we see from the Queen of Cups. And yet at the same time they have this ability to kind of put their feelings to one side and look clearly and be a fair adjudicator. So maybe they're involved with something like that, or that certainly moves them. And then where we see the Eight of Pentacles, we really see that whatever they do it with the fullness of their being. This can be somebody who likes to make things, who likes to create things, or whatever they put their mind to, whatever their work is, it's really a labor of love. And as I mentioned before in this reading, if you've watched more than one, you might have seen me say that of all the Pentacles cards, we see the most of the suits in this one, because they put their love in there. The Cups, they put their creativity, they put their inspiration in there. The Wands, they put their thought in there, and then they make it all come real in the material realm, in the realm of Pentacles. And so this is someone that, what they do with passion. They're motivated by people who do things with passion as well, who really care about what they do. This is likely somebody who either their job is something that is very vocational for them, or if not, then what they do in their spare time reflects that instead. Now, the Emperor is pretty interesting to see. Again, it's such a contrast to the Queen of Cups. So I feel that they're really motivated by becoming a stronger version of themselves, by this kind of wish of mastery in the world, where they're quite an emotional person, but at the same time we do see that they have this rational side. But I think that they're trying to work on becoming more secure, on the more inner security kind of way, and also maybe the outer security as well. The Emperor is not afraid to go out and achieve things in the world, is not afraid to be the boss, the master. Let's get a little bit of clarification from the deck to see in what way does the Emperor manifest in their life, or do they seek to have it manifest? Okay, Ace of Wands, so inspiration. Okay, so that leads me to something that I was thinking about. I feel that in a sense this person is very attracted to that energy. So maybe you're somebody who embodies that kind of Emperor in charge kind of vibe, that you really know what you're about and you're quite determined, or maybe not, but that's something that they're drawn to. It may be something that is not as much a part of their character, but it's something that they would like it to be. And when we see the Ace of Wands here, it goes along with that in the sense that it's something that they find very inspirational, something that they really want a part in their life. They want to kind of know how to have that spark, and then how to turn it into mastery of the world, how to turn something from a beginning into something that's achieved, something that's there. You know, he's got his skull, his hunting skull there on the wall as his trophy of what he's achieved, and the chess piece there. And I feel that this person, yeah, that's something that really inspires them, and it's something that they look up to and they seek in their life. So now that we've looked at that, we're going to take a look at the Lenormand divination system, and let's just see if we can find out a little bit more tangibly where you might find them, or you know, what kind of places they tend to be found in, what they tend to be doing. Let's see. Okay, the lilies. And the key. Okay, so as ever, there are some different interpretations we can take from this. The lilies can be about somebody who is older than you, or so, and the key can really be unlocking knowledge, unlocking secrets, finding out what's really at the heart of things. And so it could be that they work with the elderly or with people that are older than them, or it could be that they work with wise people. Maybe there's a sense of mentorship, working with mentors, being involved in that, because there's something about opening up the key. It might be, again, this theme of older people. It might be kind of collecting the knowledge and the secrets that these people have to pass down and then sharing them with other people. This might be something they do as a job, or it might be something they do as part of their life, perhaps in the community. They reach out to the elders to try and get their wisdom, maybe also to help the elders as well. And that would all make sense in a way with this wish to, all of this really, but especially with this Emperor energy. You know, they're trying to see, how did other people do it well before them, and how did that go? On a very much more superficial note, I mean, if you're looking for a place, the lilies, it could refer to a flower shop, for instance, or and the keys could be a key maker shop, or some kind of place where things that are secret become clear. Okay, so I've done a bit of pre-shuffling, and now we want to find out, what is the relationship between you guys likely to be like? Find out a bit more about that. We're going to find out, what is it that they really like about you? Why are they crushing on you so hard? And a bit about your strengths and your blessings. What's the relationship going to be like? Okay, we've got the Empress. Lovely sensual card to see. Which makes a lot of sense with all that lovely Queen of Wands, Queen of Cups energy. Okay, Judgment. So now we have two major arcana cards. This seems like this is going to be a very transformative relationship. Lots of life lessons to be learned potentially from each other. And King of Cups. It's also a really good set of good card set to see. So we see a lot of sensuality between you, the possibility of abundance, but of really enjoying the nature together, and yeah, having really perhaps very passionate times, and really getting in touch with your feminine side, whichever you're male, female, non-binary, but getting in touch with the nature, with spending time in the nature, getting in touch with yourselves, your bodies, your sensuality, really learning to enjoy the finer things in life. There's a possibility, if you're interested in that, of perhaps having children together when we see the Empress figure. It doesn't have to be about that, but that's definitely a potential, wanting to have children together, or maybe dog babies or cat babies. And there's a sense of really having deep realizations when we see Judgment card. It's kind of like when you just know, this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my life, or this is what I need to be doing in my relationships, or whatever it is. Things make sense on a profound level. It's those kind of realizations that you just can't ignore, and they kind of change your life forever. And the King of Cups is good to see because he's a lovely figure. He's emotionally so very well balanced, and he's loving, he's protective. And it's also good that we've seen from having the Queen of Cups energy, which she is very loving and nurturing as well. But the King of Cups shows a bit of balance coming together, that together you are stronger with your emotions, and that you can really be in touch. And this is going to be just a really great way for you to be together and to share your emotions in this sensual and revealing kind of way, where you have all these deep insights about life and what you really want. So it seems like you really bring out the best in each other. So that's interesting when we get the Empress with the Ten of Pentacles. Again, that's really a strong symbol of the fact that you really want to make a home together. And again, it does again suggest the possibility of having children, if that's something that you're interested in, or dogs or cats or whatever. You can see children and puppies, and potentially a long relationship that leads you to be together for a long time, if you choose to be with them, of course. This person is crushing on you, but are you crushing on them back? And let's just see about the Judgment. Wow, another major arcana card, Justice. So I think it could be about more than one thing. Justice, it can be about a sense of fairness and things being how they should be, what is really right. And we've seen that this person has, is really motivated by this King of Swords kind of energy, where they like to be an adjudicator or a judge, not in a kind of a harsh way. Not, Judgment can give you a different impression than is what is really meant, but that they really care about fairness and things being right, things being balanced, things being done properly, people being treated properly. And so it could also be a sense of adjustment as well. So this card pair can be relating to things within you too, and that's probably where it starts, and that you learn to sort of blend so very well with each other, and you're both very fair and balanced about it, and you learn the way to really become the best versions of yourself. And this may be something that you're also drawn to take into the world with you when you have these realizations about yourself. It can also lead to wisdom. We've seen that this person might be a collector of wisdom from elders or other things like that, plant wisdom. And whatever it is, these deep realizations, you might really feel drawn to share them with other people, because this is some really important stuff here, to see Judgment and Justice together. And I really think that the King of Cups needs clarification, but just because I did it, there we go. Page of Cups. So again, it's this is a really nice thing to see. We've had the Page and the Queen and the King of Cups. So you really get to experiment with different types of love, different types of creativity. At the same time, you've got this secure Queen and King kind of cup loving energy, but then you've got the playful Page of Cups as well. So you really get to mix it up, try different roles, all in a very loving, nurturing, supportive environment that you guys just seem to provide for each other, or at least have the potential to provide for each other, assuming that that is what you want. This seems like a really lovely connection. So, what is it about you? Why are they crushing on you? What are they seeing in you that they're really attracted to? Of course, there may be many things that we might not pick up from here, but I'm going to try and pick up some stuff. Okay, 7 of Cups. Ten of Wands. Okay. How sweet, this card with a girl in her white dress and a yak for the journey. So with the 7 of Wands, you can look at the illustration on this card with the snakes and the ladders and the little river flowing into the cups here. And what they see in you is someone who can really navigate the waters of the choices that they should be making. And it's often about spiritual choices, or when I say spiritual, it doesn't have to mean about literally, you know, something more esoteric, but the kind of, they see that you're somebody who is really able to see what things matter and what things are important, what ways do they want to go forward in life. And we've seen how that's already relevant in your relationship with Judgment. And I think they really admire that sense in you. Maybe this is something that you will help to provide them with. And they see you as making good choices. They see you as someone that they could come to potentially for advice. You know, they've got these different paths. You see that the person here is like, I'm not sure, like, which one should I pick? You know, am I going to get a snake or am I going to get a ladder? And I feel they see that you're the person who has the key to that, or one of the people, and they're really respecting that in you. They're finding that such an attractive quality, this kind of the ability to know yourself and to be acting in your best interests, to your higher self. And again, we see this with the 10 of Wands in a way. This card really shows somebody who is ready to make the leap into the next phase of their life. So 10 is a number of completion, but Wands is the suit pretty much of the start of things, of the spark, of the divine inspiration. So she's come down from her mountain where she's been meditating, playing with the sheep, learning her skills, who knows, and now she's ready to go on a real journey. The yak is going to take her, I think he's a yak, looks like one to me, is going to take her on to the next place she can be. She's got her luggage, she's learned a lot, you know, maybe she feels a little bit weighed down by all of this stuff, but she's just ripe for the potential. She's got all this potential energy, all this experience, all this wonder, and this is what the person is really attracted in you. They see this, so much work has been done, this creative energy, this almost a connection to the divine, really. And again, you know, take that as you will, whether it's religious or spiritual or not in that sense, but this kind of spark, and that you are really ready to take that and start blossoming in the world of the cups and the swords and the pentacles. So therefore in the realm of emotions, in the realm of thoughts, in the realm of actions, in the realm of doing, they see you as someone that, you know, they're obviously a keen collector of wisdom, and they see you as somebody who's wise and who maybe they see you have more knowledge than you're aware that you have, because sometimes that can be the case with the 10 of Wands, that people don't realize just how far they've come, and it may seem like they've got a long way to go, but actually they're kind of already arrived. You know, yes, she may be starting on a journey, but she's already got everything that she needs, and she's ready to take that to the next level. And we see that with the 7 of Cups. So I think they really see you as a very spiritually or self-aware person, someone with a lot of self-growth, and it's kind of, we saw that they were attracted to the Emperor energy with the Ace of Wands. So we know that there's something with Wands that really calls to them, and you know, the Ace is just the beginning, the 10, as I said, is more like the completion. So they really want a piece of that, and they just find that so interesting, so attractive within you. They just kind of, you know, they see that you have the key to something that they don't have, and they love mysteries. and maybe you're a little bit of a mystery as well, and they also hope that you can help them solve some of the mysteries that they may be going through. So that's really nice, and let's see what we can get about your challenges and your blessings as a couple. What would you face together? Okay. So the Six of Pentacles is interesting because in a challenge position, we are looking at the potential of some kind of imbalance, potentially, a little bit of an energetic imbalance. It could be that one person feels they're giving more and the other one feels that they're giving less. And that's interesting when we remember that we did see the Four of Pentacles for them as well as something that they were dealing with, and so it can be something related to that. Let's get a clarification card. The Moon. Okay, so it runs deep. It runs deep. So in a sense then, there's a feeling that there are undercurrents to this. What we saw with the Four of Pentacles, we see again here that there can be buried issues in the subconscious that need to come out. And perhaps while you guys are working through it, maybe one person, maybe the other, maybe you have to take a little bit of time from giving all the attention to the relationship that you would normally do. Maybe you have to withdraw a little bit, and this goes for both of you, while you work on these issues that perhaps cause a little bit of a lack of security within you. And it's all good. I mean, it's fine to see this here. The Moon shows that things are being worked out, but sometimes that can be tricky. And I think it's just a matter of making space for each other to do that and really encouraging each other. And, you know, open up. You don't have to share everything if you feel that something is personal, but you can kind of tell each other, well, you know, need to spend some time alone, or I need to spend some time journaling or facing some things from my past that have led me to feel insecure or a little bit imbalanced. Maybe there can be an issue with trust, not necessarily in that you don't trust each other specifically, but maybe you've had trust issues in the past. One or both of you have been hurt, taken advantage of by people, and so it's about finding your balance there, finding the way forward, and you know, giving each other the space and the compassion to do so, and giving yourselves the compassion to do so. It's okay to do that, and it's going to make you stronger as a couple. We see that you're going to have a lot of important realizations. You're going to make a lot of adjustments. There is a lot of love and nurturing there. So, you know, this is really a good place to explore these themes that may go really far back. And I think if you're interested in body work and you're asking your body, this is something that you're going to be able to explore. And maybe this is something that you need to teach your partner. Maybe they're not so aware of their bodily sense, and maybe it's something you can work on together. I don't know, but it's just something that, yeah, you'll need to make sure that there's a good balance. And also, you know, if it's getting a little bit too heavy, exploring all these things, to maybe just kind of get out there in the world and balance it up, and maybe do something a little bit lighter as well, so you don't get too bogged down. And the Two of Cups, well, as a blessing, I mean, such a beautiful card to see. It's the card of lovers. It's the card of two people fusing. We can see the rainbows coming from the singing bowls here and making this one whole thing. So it really shows that when you're joined together, when you're acting together in love, beautiful things come forward. And I think there's a sense that you guys are going to be romantic together. If that's something that you like, then this is the person to really enjoy that with, and I do get that feeling, and just feel like you've really got a companion in what you go through, and yeah, this sense of kind of romance, companionship, love, and a kind of a healing connection. Let's see. Yeah, so then the Three of Wands is just showing us a lot of potential. So when you two come together as a team, you just have so much potential. You have so much energy with which to tackle the things, whether it's the waves that come in life, whether it's the new adventure that you want to embark upon. Together you are stronger, and in this really beautiful, loving way, you kind of make this container for each other in which you can go forth and explore things and achieve your highest potential. And so that's interesting when we see all those cards and we remember that your partner is somebody who is somehow attracted to that Emperor energy, the kind of being able to be fully in charge of one's own destiny, of one's own material conditions, of one's fate. We see the potential for this here. You know, you're both going on this journey together, I would say, and yeah, you will potentiate that. I think that is something that maybe you'll be working together, or at least your partner will be working towards for a while. You know, maybe it's going to take time for that to develop, but we have the potential here, and that's beautiful, and we see that there's a really big, meaningful journey to go on together. And yeah, just lots of fun and romance and healing times. It's so beautiful. So let's just have a look at a little bit of self-care. I'll tell you what, I'm going to pause the camera because I don't want it going crazy like it keeps doing. So let's see, what kind of self-care things can you do for the relationship? I think you guys are going to be really good at this because of all the cups and soft kind of energies that we've seen here, but let's just see. Find your tribe. Okay, that's an interesting card here to see. Very nice. And dance. That's been coming up a lot today. I think there's a beauty to dancing. So given that we've seen that you're into body work, or that you potentially will be, it's no surprise that we see the dance card here, and it could be a question of you guys taking dance lessons together, and that's something very romantic that you can do, the two of you looking into each other's eyes, dancing cumbia or salsa or something like that. Or it might be that you choose to do ecstatic dance and really letting go of the feelings, working through the moon issues here of the subconscious. This could be something really healing. Ecstatic dance is where you let your body move how it wants to move, and this is something that you might do together and find a really beautiful outlet for your feelings, the things that you maybe don't know how to express, or you know, are buried deep within you. I think you'll be quite good at expressing your feelings, but I think there are things underneath that need to be healed, and dance is going to be one way. And finding your tribe, well, that is really about finding like-minded souls. I think that you guys will have quite a lot in common with this kind of watery, feminine energy that we see here quite a lot of. And I feel like you're both interested in spirituality or self-growth, something like that. So finding other people who are similar, I mean, that might not be who you consider your tribe to be, but going out there, looking for other people of a similar mind. I love to go to the Rainbow Family. It's not for everybody, but it's what I call hippie camping, living together in the nature for a month. Or a bit different if you're from the States where it actually originated. Some of the gatherings are shorter, but it might be that. It might be going to an artist commune. It might just be connecting with other people who like to meditate and do body work. But I think that you'll really grow as a couple by finding other people who are on this same journey as you are, and it's only just going to magnify all of this cool stuff that we see with this realizations and this kind of want of fairness and this bringing of abundance and sensuality and this emotional kind of groundedness, as well as the ability to really love and connect. So I think if you look for people like that, yeah, it's just going to make you feel even more happy and wonderful. And we will just draw one more card. I think you don't need it by any means, but why not? I think you guys are going to take quite a lot of pleasure from doing self-care kind of things together. So let's see. Okay, so nourishing your temple. So this is very fitting, as we've seen this in the context that you're doing body work. So again, I think, you know, as well as sharing all this emotional love, and this fits very well with the Empress, it's really just taking care of your body. Maybe, as we've seen, this crush of yours is into plant wisdom or flower essences or things like that. Whatever it is, it's cooking together, you know, doing things together. Maybe you really enjoy cooking good food, perhaps gardening, as we've seen, and you know, making that into really healing, wholesome stuff. Maybe you'll like to make extracts of plants, you know, make healing tinctures. Maybe not, maybe it's just something you like to buy, but this could be a nice activity for you together. And just making sure that, as well as that your physical well-being is good, and as your emotional well-being is good and nurtured, that you're putting that same kind of love into your body, and really thanking your bodies for supporting you, for carrying you through the world. Even if, you know, even if your bodies are super healthy, even if they're not, we all have different things that we're carrying with our bodies, but loving them, putting a lot of nurturing and attention, and paying attention. I think that's something that you're going to enjoy doing together. You might also like giving each other massages with, you know, healing lotions and essential oils that really promote healing and growth. Oil is an amazing way to show love to your body, by the way, and adding essential oils to that can just enhance it all the more. So you can think of other ways that that might apply to you, but this seems like such a lovely kind of slightly hippie connection. I'm really feeling it. So I'm gonna again clear away these cards, and we're gonna go on to the last section of the reading. So now we're gonna see, what would they really like you to know. This deck is the Hero's Journey Oracle, and I'm new to it, but I'm really liking it. Hero's Journey is actually what the major arcana is about in the tarot, all those life lessons that I mentioned, but this is an oracle deck, not the tarot itself. So what would they really like you to know? What would they really like to communicate to you? Build in breaks, saunter slowly. So I think what I'm taking from that is that they would like you to know that maybe it's going to take them a little bit of time to approach you. Maybe they just need to build up their confidence slowly, but that they are going to approach you. They do want to, but they're just a bit shy, or hesitant, maybe because they're working on issues of their own and things like that. But they want you to know, be patient with them. They are coming for you. That sounds creepy. They're coming to get you. I don't know. They'll come for you, but it might take a little bit longer. There might be some blockages that just means that, yeah, it takes them a little bit longer to approach you than you might expect. And so next we will ask, what is their love language? In the castle of dreams, become altered by the color of your dreams. So I feel like this person is somebody who really likes to create fantasy worlds, and that's the way they'll speak to you in their love language. Perhaps they'll do this metaphorically, maybe they'll tell you amazing stories, maybe they'll write you poems, maybe they'll play music to you, that's very romantic, things like that. And also maybe they'll kind of bring your imagination alive, and maybe they'll encourage you to go to places with them, building castles in the sky, and just really indulging in that fantasy realm. And they might make that into a reality by taking you out on some kind of treasure hunt or something where you find something really sweet at the end, or whatever it is that speaks to your sense of magic and mystery and wonder. They're going to find a way to kind of create that, to bring that into your life. Maybe they'll just bring you sweet little gifts that just speak to the thing that you really like. You have some kind of passion, and they'll make you feel a bit like you're in a kind of a little fantasy land at times like that. Take you away from the mundane and into the realm of the imaginary and into the realm of the mystical and the magical, where anything can kind of happen. And that space could be something quite transformational for you as well. A lot of times it might just be play or fun, but it may also be one of the tools in which you get to express this judgment, as in judgment, realization energy, these things that take you to the next level of being. So I think that's something quite beautiful in the way that they express themselves, and it goes along very well with their kind of watery personality that we've mainly seen for them. So finally then, I'm just going to draw a few cards to see how you can bring this person closer to you. Because as I've said before, this may be someone that you have met, that they're crushing on you right now. Or it might be someone that you're going to meet. Or maybe it's someone that you know, but they're not approaching you. As we've seen, that they might take a little bit of time because they've got their own process to go through. But how can you bring them closer? Let's see whether it is that you know them or not at this point in time. So we've got 10 of Pentacles and the Knight of Cups. Okay, so it's interesting that we've got these 2 Pentacle cards. So we saw before how something that's attracting them to you is this sense of, not really pentacles, but this sense of that you really have this insight, this ability to know what you need, what choices to make. There's a kind of a security in you that they perceive, and a kind of a wisdom, a kind of a guidance. And so we kind of see this in the 9 of Pentacles, because here the lady in the card, she's very sure of herself and where she is. And even if that doesn't speak to how you feel, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but that's kind of what you can draw upon. The things that you've learned on your journey, the ability to be self-sufficient, the matters of security. It could also be to do with the financial. Pentacles can be, but I feel that this is more a sense of personal security. How did you get there? How did you do it? They want to know more about that. So by kind of embodying that side of yourself, I think that's going to be really attractive. Also, on another note, there was a link to gardens and things earlier, and this is such a card of being in a wonderful garden. It's definitely not out in the wild. So also it might be going back to that, spending time in gardens, in maybe botanical gardens, or nurseries, things like that. These are gardens that well, like all gardens, they're kept by people rather than, say, you know, in the park or something like that. I mean, could be that you find each other in natural spaces. It doesn't necessarily matter, but definitely getting a garden feeling, whether it's a public garden or a private garden. I suppose, yeah, maybe you both decide to, maybe you tell them, hey, I've got these plants that they're just really not blossoming how I want, you know, assuming that they have these green fingers. Maybe they'll be quite keen to help you. And the Ten of Pentacles here, I think we saw this coming up. I think it's just, I think that you have this ability to really embody quite a strong sense of yourself, quite grounded, and it's a nice complement to their watery side. I feel that you are also existing in many realms. We also saw the 10 of Wands, but that's another 10, a sign of completion. And so by practicing grounding meditations, you know, working with your body and doing things to do with that, whether it energetically attracts them or whether they become interested through, you know, wanting to know more about your practices, that could be something to do with it. I see that this is the tree of life here. So again, there's links to trees, but also knowledge and the Kabbalah. It might be that there's a link there. And I left this one till last because the Knight of Cups, he's the, you know, he's the figure that we see of the, this is the person coming to ask you out on a date or offering you their love or something like that. So, you know, if you know who this person is, you know, they do have their reasons for perhaps holding back a little bit, but you can kind of forward it. You know, we see that they love to live in the kind of the dream realm and the fantasy realm. So, you know, you can kind of become their fantasy a little bit. I mean, you could go as far as like asking them out on a date. You might not want to say it's a date if you're hesitant and you want to see like if there's some kind of blockage there, or not blockage but some reservation. But, you know, perhaps you can suggest something that you can do together. For instance, like visiting one of these gardens or getting them to come to your garden and help your flowers to grow or whatever. You don't have to call it a date, but you can kind of make the first move in that sense. It's up to you if you want to do that, and it can be verbal as well. There's so many ways you could go about doing that, but that is one way to bring them closer, assuming that you know who they are. If it's someone that you don't feel that you've met yet, then I would really kind of try to expand this welcoming, loving feeling with also the kind of sense of security. And it's very much about not needing. This Nine of Pentacles is not a needy person, and neither is the 10. But nevertheless, the Knight of Cups is a romantic. So it's about kind of focusing your love inwards on yourself and then letting that expand outwards as a kind of an offer that is a kind of a force field. That's maybe not the word I want to use, but an energy field that surrounds you with this kind of, you know, this offering, this cup of love. And, you know, without kind of attachment, you know, if somebody feels ready to take that cup of love and they want to intersect with you in the energy field, then great, so be it. That's wonderful. If they're not ready for any reason, then that's okay as well, because you're all good by yourself. You are, you know, welcome and open to a partner when they're coming along, but you are also happy to just go along your way. And yeah, there's, if you want to know more about how you might do that, you could look at loving kindness meditations, which aren't exactly that, but it gives you a feeling of how you can kind of expand your energy outwards. Metta, M-E-T-T-A. I don't know if there's a H in there somewhere, but that's something you could look up as loving kindness meditations, because it's similar to what I'm talking about, albeit not exactly the same. So that's something you can do. Embody that energy if you're looking to meet this person, if you don't feel that you've met them yet. And so finally then we get on to a very experimental part of the reading. These dice is not something I've done before this reading, trying to do divination with dice, and so it's more for fun really than something that you need to take overly seriously. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this number dice. I've put some energy into it beforehand. I'm going to throw it 3 times, and I want you to take note of the numbers because they can be relevant. It's a dice with 1 to 12. Okay, so we have 4, 3, and 3 again. So how I've decided to work with this is that these numbers could represent the month or the day in which your potential future partner was born. And so given that the dice only adds up to 12, they only have 12 sides, that's why you can add them together to get numbers in the month that add up to more than 12. You can play around with those combinations. What did we get? 4, 3, 3, was it? Hopefully you were paying attention. So yeah, that could be the thing. And also it could be, some of those numbers could be in their yeah, it could be the month, the 3rd month of the year, or 4th month of the year, maybe that's the year that they're born. Also, it could be that this is the month that you met each other in, or that you will meet each other in. So there's just some ways to play around with numbers and what they might mean. As I say, it is for fun rather than super seriously, but do let me know if that works for you, because I would love to know myself. And now we're just going to do with astrology signs. Okay, here we get Aquarius. So it might be that this is their sun sign, it might be their rising sign or their moon sign, or it is even possible that it's just something that features heavily in their chart that's important to them for some reason. So that's another way that maybe you might discover who they are, but again, take it all with a pinch of salt, because this is really just for fun. But if it does come true, let me know. And so it's really been my pleasure to read for you today on this subject, and I really hope that you enjoyed listening, and thanks for being here with me. And if you did like it, please give the video a like, and think about subscribing to my channel if you haven't already, and press the bell icon so that you get all the notifications of when I actually do post, because it's not going to be so often, and I don't want you to miss a video if you really like them. And yeah, please comment below, let me know, what did you think of the reading? Did it resonate with you? And you know, have you met this person already? Do you know who they are? Let me know. I'm really excited. I'll definitely read all the comments, and I'll reply where I can and where it's appropriate. And if you do want to contact me personally, you can do so on my website. And so with that in mind, lots of love, lots of light to you. Wishing you all the very best. Thanks so much for joining me, and I will hopefully see you in my next video. Okay, take care.